Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and also known as that crazy hermit guy, and also known as Mr. Dave the Puppeteer, and also known as a cranky old man. Anyway, I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And yes, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So, with that said, one of our, I was going to say patron, but that's not really right. But one of our friends here on the channel, Mr. Jody, sent me this link the other day and asked if I had heard about it. And my answer was, I don't think so. Let me check it out. Okay. And it's about the Seven Fires prophecy. Hey, Jody, this is all for you, man. Thank you. I give you credit for this. And I've read this several times. And what's interesting is maybe not to anybody else, but hey, Doug, how are you? So, Jody, I don't know if you had been in. Hey, Witch Moon. I think I'll wait till a few people get in here. It's 11:20 p.m. No, it's not Barry's fault. Nope, it's Jody's fault. Anyway, smoke if you got them. We'll wait for folks to show up here, and then I'll get with you on this. Rogue Rebel. Woo. That was new. I was going to get on here a couple of times this week, but I've had several things. I'm a little far away from you, Doug. But I'm trying to get some things settled around the house. I've had some visitors that come and show up, and well, it's always good to see them, but I'm easy to interrupt and get knocked off train of thought. So, but anyway, so I didn't do any other videos this week. Hey, Michelle. But things I needed to take care of, this week before I go, and I'm still not really packed yet. Not that it'll take me long. I've been trying to go through some stuff and get rid of some stuff, which I did. My garbage can is a large garbage can up by the road that the county picks up, and it is full. I got things in there that I was saving that somebody else brought with them last year, and all of that went in the garbage. Like 3 computers and boxes of stuff and things that I will never ever get to. The other side of the coin is, and I thought about this, is that most of the stuff that I had that I was saving is absolutely obsolete these days. So I'd be fixing something that if it ever crashed, then I would have spent all that time, money, effort, or whatever in reconstructing something that was obsolete, and it's like, nah, So I'm gonna. I've done think about this, and I'm gonna upgrade to it. This computer was not mine, and so there are settings in here and stuff that I can't change. I don't know any passwords, and the other thing is it's several years old, and I want something that's newer and a little quicker, faster, and um, 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 anyway. So I'm going to upgrade myself. And hey, Witch Moon, Michelle. Oh, those are hearts. But so anyway, I'm doing some things and cleaning up some stuff. I tried to fix my camera and it's hosed. Gonna have to get a new camera. But it was in my budget anyway. And my sister works at Walmart. Hey, Dark Tooth, how are you? And she has a discount card. So we talked about it on the phone the other day, and we're both stoked about this trip. And I got a couple of things I want to throw at my sister, but Saturday will be soon enough. I'm like, we're going to be in Ohio. We have to go south through Ohio to get to Kentucky, and we're going to be driving within 40 miles of Serpent Mound in southern Ohio. And I'm like, we're going to do what? I'm going to be like 40 miles from Serpent Mound, and I'm not going to stop. So I know we got a long trip that day to go to Tennessee when we leave Ohio, but to be that close to Serpent Mound and not stop for an hour, I'm getting old, and I would really like to go back up to Ohio and visit with my relatives, because they're never going to come down here. But there are certain things in Ohio and up in there. Had my parents stayed married or had gotten married, they were 16 at the time. And my father is Cicero Lee, L-E-E, like Robert E. Lee. And I've discussed that before, but would have been born in Hazard County, okay, in Kentucky. That's where their kinfolk are from. And I've been up through that area a couple of times since both trips that I've been to Ohio in the last 15 years. I went to Ohio once. We flew, so didn't get a chance to see anything. But and the last times that I was in Ohio, I was like a teenager and younger. But to be so close to the Serpent Mound there in southern Ohio and not stop, I'm like, what? It's even free to get in, kind of thing. I checked on it and all that. So anybody else? Witch Moon, Road Rebel. Okay. So anyway, so I'm hoping that my sister will agree that even if it takes us a little longer to get to her daughter's house, my niece, Miss Mary, she's a delightful person. I liked her back when she was a teenager, and she's been in the mountains for a long time now, 20 years. And so it's like it'll be really good to see her and meet her family and everybody up there, with the hopes myself of being able to go back up there and visit. I gotta get a vehicle fixed and so forth. And since I'm not getting the Jeep, I'm going to fix my truck. But anyway, I'm wasting a little bit of time here to greet everybody, but also before I start this, okay? So tonight's topic is brought to you by Jody, okay? We love you, Jody. Thank you. He's got some interesting questions that he sent me. And if y'all got any questions or something, or have a topic you'd like to be discussed, I will, do my best to try to do that, and try to cover it. I heard you say Bellefontaine. Yep. Aunts and uncle there, grew up there. So my first buffalo in Bellefontaine. Oh, really? Yeah. My kinfolk live at Russell's Point, which is like almost the same place, right there at Indian Lake. So we're going to, my sister Amy lives in Bell something. It's like 10 miles away to the east. Bell Center or something like that. But so you grew up there too. Well, I didn't grow up there. But now these are all I'm the only child from same mother. We all have the same mother. So my sister came next, but a different father. Unknown to us was another brother, Michael, who neither one of us have met, and we're going to meet in about a week, roughly. about this time next week, come to think of it, in Dayton. So we're supposed to meet up with him, have dinner, whatever, socialize, and leave the next morning and go up to Russell's Point, Bell Fountain. And I want to get on the lake, you know. Hey, Delaney. So, but their relationship, their last name is Claus, Klaas, almost like Santa Claus. But anyway, we were told as we were growing up that they were our cousins. And when actually they all of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we lost a brother who drowned in Miami River when he was like 3 or 4. His name was Daniel. So, but there were a bunch of us, and I was the first. So it'll be my first time meeting my brother Michael, and same thing with my sister Lynn. So that'll be a first. And here's something interesting. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, so what do you think? And I was like, I have no expectations. You know, I am known as that crazy, you know, opinionated old hippie dude, you know, that talks about UFOs and, you know, weird shit. I am that guy, right? So that doesn't mean that everybody else, family members or whatever, they tolerate me. You know what I'm saying? They love me, they tolerate me. That, you know, but so I'm not, unless somebody brings it up, I'm not really going to push any quote agenda. I want to just see what these folks are up to, because they pretty much already know my agenda. My grandson's been on here. I spoke to his grandma today on the phone. She called to, you know, wish me a good trip, because she's from Chillicothe, Ohio. And a couple of years ago, we made a dash trip up to Chillicothe to because she was having heart surgery and that kind of thing. And she's now moved down on the Gulf Coast, just outside of Pensacola, but in Alabama. But anyway, so she was saying, you know, that how proud she was of her grandson up there. And I think he said he's working at Tar Hollow, which is like not really that far from, you know, the Serpent Mound. But I don't know if while we're up there, we can connect with my grandson. That'd be cool just to spend an hour with him, you know. But it's a long trip from up there around Russell's Point down to where we need to go, near Gatlinburg in Tennessee. So it's like, you know, and me and my sister are getting old, but between the two of us, I feel like we could make the drive, even if we stop for an hour or so at Serpent Mound. But to be so close for me and not stop, it just seems it's almost heretical. You know, it's like, what? I've done all this study. You have a friend in Chillicothe. Yeah. I don't know if there is anybody necessarily that I know in Chillicothe, because that was my first wife, my daughter's mother, Teresa, excuse me. Her family and everybody was from Chillicothe. So any relationships that I had to Chillicothe were related through my ex-wife. But yeah, Dark Truth, unthinkable, right? So I have really got to twist my sister's arm and go, honey, you know, I don't care what we got, but we really got to stop here on the way south. This is like a must. And the other thing is where my niece lives there in Tennessee. You know, now it's not in stone, but my sister was like, well, we're just going on 40 and go over to 75 and go down. Well, if you look at the map, you know, from where they are up there, and you cut across and then you go way west into Chattanooga and then back down to Atlanta. Well, I've been up there many times on many trips from kayaking on the Nantahala to camping up there. And I know a bunch of waterfalls, and anyway, been up there a bunch. Haven't been up there in a long time. So it's like, we're going to be just south of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and Clingman's Dome. And I can't remember, it's something gap. Anyway, it's like 5,200 feet or something. Beautiful parking area, overlooked down over the Smoky Mountains, looking north. And it may take a little longer because it's 2-lane through there. But south of, when you get into North Carolina, south of Franklin or north of Franklin, actually, it turns into 4-lane. And lots of places in Georgia, it's a really nice 4-lane highway. So I've traveled it many times. We went up there camping because it was just easier. But anyway, so my sister don't know it, but I'm going to talk her into staying off the interstate. And I don't know when I'm going to get back up into the mountains, but to miss going across the gap there from Gatlinburg into Cherokee, North Carolina, and not take that route just for the damn drive and to look at the mountains and stop and take a picture or two. I'm like, nah, those are two things, I will forego a lot of other stuff. But, on the ride home, I know I've been this way a bunch of times. And so I had a friend of mine that lived up there around Cosby, Tennessee, like 30 miles from where we're going at my niece's house. So, but anyway, I'm yakking and chatting just to get folks in here. So, hey, Dark Truth, I said, all right, anybody did I miss? Yeah. Well, Delaney, everybody said, well, that ought to be fun. And I don't really know. I think I'm not projecting, but because of my weird thoughts that I've expressed, I don't know, they're going to welcome me, and they're going to be very hesitant. So I'm going to be, I'm not going to fake who I am. I'm just going to stay away from stuff that might, send them off the edge, I'm going to be very polite. If somebody asks me something, I'll have a conversation with them. But I will also, I've learned from experience that though somebody asks me a question, I'm going to look at them and go, are you sure you want me to answer that with the knowledge I have? I'm just saying, But anyway, so tonight's discussion. Hey, Max, how are you? Yeah, I'm going to go in with a positive thought, but I'm not going in with any expectations or preconceptions or anything like that. I just know that there's apprehension that I feel, not on my part. I'm like, this is going to be cool. We'll see how this goes. To meet a brother after, 50 some years or 60 some years that we didn't even know existed until after our collective mom died. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm not going that way. You like the topic? I'm killing time right now. Here, just bringing folks into Mossy Man's in the room. Hey, Mossy, how are you? But anyway, but to be in the Smoky Mountains and then avoid them to just get on the interstate, nah, I got to talk my sister out of that. If I have to spend the night in a hotel motel, and we can't make it all the way back down here on that Friday night, kind of 2 weeks from now, it'll be a Friday. Then it's like, come on now. Now, if she insists we go down the interstate, okay, I'm not going to put up a fight too much. But I am going to like, Lynn, I love you. We're getting old. I really want to go this way, please. I will be like, pretty please. I will, I will bug her so much she'll go, okay, we'll go this way. But anyway, but I will pester her, yeah, but in a nice way. I mean, but you think about it, you're up there, it's summertime, stuff's blooming, and you're going to avoid going, and it's due south. I mean, it's straight where we need to go. So, but to get on the interstate, Tennessee's like this. So if you go over here and hit the interstate, you go over here and go way west into Chattanooga and then back down to Atlanta. It's a lot of extra miles. So you get to drive fast. Who cares? I'd rather go slower, better on the gas mileage, and see the damn mountains, because I don't know when I'm going to get back up there. So anyway, that's my 10 cents on that. So I know we'll be staying at places that have Wi-Fi, so I'm going to bring this computer and enough accoutrement. So if I'm stuck somewhere and ain't nothing to do, I can get on Wi-Fi and do a check-in along the way and let you know how things are going. But anyway, probably because, well, I can't say that I'll be bored to tears, but I mean, sitting in a hotel room is like, yeah, okay, I've sat in a bunch of them. That's no fun. All right. So let's get to the topic tonight after 20 minutes. All right. But greetings, everybody. I love you all and thank you all for your wonderful comments. Now, I have to switch screens, so I'm not going to be able to see what's going on in the chat room. Y'all chat all you want to. But this is Jody's. I'm joking when I say this. This is Jody's fault for this this conversation. He sent me this link, and we love you, Jody. Thank you for all. I thank you for all the questions you've asked me. That they have made me stop and think and go, let me think about that. But I'm also hoping that I could help you straighten out whatever it is that's that you're questioning. That goes for everybody. Now, for those of you who may live up north or have lived up north or have ties to these native nations, if I'm going to do my best with the pronunciation of some of these words. If I massacre them, I'm apologizing in advance. Now, this is Seven Fires Prophecy. It's in Wikipedia, and so you could search it yourself. The Seven Fires Prophecy is an Anishinaabe prophecy that marks phases or epochs in the life of the people on Turtle Island, which is Native American name for North America in the continent. The seven fires of the prophecy represent key spiritual teachings for North America and suggest that the different colors and the traditions of human beings, when they say colors, they mean white skin, brown skin, red skin. Okay. So different colors and traditions of the human beings can come together on a basis of respect. Now, that's like my core belief, right? So anyway, it contains information for the future lives of the Anishinaabe, which are still in the process of being fulfilled. Now, I think this was written 2008 or something. Anyway, in 1988, Edward Benton Benet documented the prophecy in the Mishomis book. So the overview. Originally, the prophecy and the Ojibwe migration story were closely linked. However, the last half of the prophecy appears to apply to all peoples in contact with the Anishinaabe. Consequently, the growth of the Pan-Indian movement in the 1960s and the 1970s, concept of the Seven Fires prophecy merged with other similar prophetical teaching among the indigenous peoples of North America, forming a unified environmental, political, and socio-economic voice towards Canada and the United States. The Seven Fires prophecy was originally taught among the practitioners of the Mediwewin. William Kamanda, an Algonquin elder and former chief of the Kitskan-Zibi Anishinaabe First Nation, was the wampum belt keeper for the Seven Fires prophecies. He died on August 3rd, 2011. Seven Fires. Originally, the prophecies were given by 8 prophets in 7 different time periods. According to oral tradition, the Micmac nation heard the first prophet. The remaining 7 prophets appeared before and were recorded by the Anishinaabe. A prophecy of each of these 7 periods were then called a fire. I'm going to repeat that. So the word fire represents one of the, it means it's a one of the prophecies. The teaching of the 7 fires prophecy also state that when the world has been befouled and the waters turn bitter by disrespect, human beings will have 2 options to choose from: materialism or spirituality. If they choose spirituality, they will survive. But if they choose materialism, it will be the end of it. It'll be the end of it. The first one. In the time of the first fire, the Anishinaabe nation will rise up and follow the sacred shell of the Midewiwin Lodge. The Midewiwin Lodge will serve as a rallying point for the people and its traditional ways. So the lodge is the rallying point for the people, and the traditional ways will be the source of much strength. Sacred Megas will lead the way to the chosen ground of the Anishinaabe. If you are looking for a turtle-shaped island that is linked to the purification of the earth, you will find such an island and at the beginning and at the end of your journey. There will be 7 stopping places along the way. You will know the chosen ground has been reached when you come to a land where food grows on water. If you do not move, you will be destroyed. In heeding this prophecy, the Anishinaabe people, after receiving guarantees of the safety of their fathers, the Abenaki peoples, and their allied brothers, the Micmac, of having the Anishinaabe move inland away from the Atlantic coast, mass migration of the Anishinaabe took place, preceding to the first stopping place known as Mooniyang, known today as Montreal, Quebec. There, the nation found a turtle-shaped island marked by cowrie shells, or known as muggus, M-U, no, actually, I think it's M-I-I-G-I-S, migus, cowrie shells. The nation grew to a large number and spread up both the Ottawa River and the St. Lawrence River. The second of the turtle-shaped island marked by the migus shells was at Niagara Falls. The second prophecy. You will know the second fire because at this time, the nation will be camped by a large body of water. In this time, the direction of the sacred shell will be lost. The Midewiwin will diminish in strength. A girl will be born to point the way back to the traditional ways. She will show the direction to the stepping stones to the future of the Anishinaabe people. Now, the oral traditions of the members of the Council of Three Fires say that the realization of the second fire came about the third stopping place, located somewhere what now is Detroit, Michigan. The Anishinaabe had been divided between those who went up the Ottawa River and to those that went up the St. Lawrence River. After leaving the area around Niagara Falls, this group proceeded to the Round Lake, Lake St. Clair, and found the third turtle-shaped island marked by migus shells. They continued westward until arriving along the southern shores of Lake Michigan. But by this time, the evidence of the Miga shells were lost, and the southern Anishinaabe became lost both physically in their journey as well as spiritually in their journey. The southern group of the Anishinaabe disintegrated into what are called the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi. The northern group along the Ottawa River divided into the Algonquin, the Nipissing, and the Mississaugas, but they all maintained cohesion that was not maintained by the southern group. So the Ottawa folks, they did a lot better than the southern group, okay? So, but eventually, a Potawatomi girl had a dream and pointed the southern group back towards and past the Round Lake. The southern group rejoined not as a single Anishinaabe peoplehood, but rather as a unified alliance called the Council of Three Fires, traveling east and north and then west. Boy, they went a long way around that one, didn't they? The council crossed a series of small islands known as the Stepping Stones until they arrived onto Manitoulin Island, described as the fourth stopping place of the turtle-shaped island marked by Mingus shells. There on the island, the council met up with the Mississaugas, who then spiritually fully realigned the formerly lost southern tribe with the northern group, who never lost their spirituality. The Odawa facilitated the healing, and the island became synonymous as the Odawa's Island in the Anishinaabe language. Now, the third prophecy. In the third fire of the Anishinaabe will find the path to their chosen ground, a land in the west to which they must move their families. This will be the land where food grows upon the waters. From the cultural center on Manitoulin Island, the Ojibwe moved to the area around Sault Ste. Marie, where there was the next turtle-shaped island marked by the Miga shells. Bawating, or the rapids of the St. Mary's River, became the fifth stopping place of the Ojibwe. From this spot, the Ojibwe and the rapids became synonymous with each other, with the Ojibwe known by the Dakota people as, and I can't pronounce this, but cascading waterfalls people, and later on by the French as the Saltiers, cascaders, and Salteu, cascades. From there, the Ojibwe moved west, dividing into two groups, each traveling along the shores of Lake Superior, searching for the land where food grows upon the waters. The fourth prophecy was by a pair of prophets. The first prophet said, "You will know the future of our people by the face of the light-skinned race wears. If they come wearing the face of brotherhood, then there will come a time of wonderful change for generations to come. They will bring new knowledge and articles that can be joined with the knowledge of this country," meaning North America. "In this way, two nations will join to make a mighty nation. This new nation will be joined by two more, so that four will form the mightiest nation of all." And you will know the face of the brotherhood if the light-skinned race comes carrying no weapons, if they come bearing only their knowledge and a handshake. Now, going back to the four, on a medicine wheel, there are four colors, there are four directions. And so that in this, that there will be two more nations to join. So one could say, or if they're light-skinned, then it's not necessarily white people. Okay, so what if it's African people? They didn't say what color, but two more nations. Um, so in the idea of nations, my interpretation is that it would mean other colors of people. So not just the red man and the white man. There are going to be two other nations. That's my interpretation. It could be two other nations of white people. I mean, Asian folk aren't really white, but they're not, you know what I'm saying? So could Polynesian, so South American, but anyway, so two other nations, and it would be, and in this way, two nations will join to make a mighty nation. This new nation will be joined by two more, so that four will form the mightiest nation of all. Now, the other prophet said at the same time, or around that same time, beware if the light-skinned race comes wearing the face of death. You must be careful, because the face of brotherhood and the face of death look very much alike. If they come carrying a weapon, beware. If they come in suffering, they could fool you. Their hearts may be filled with greed for the riches of this land. If they are indeed your brothers, let them prove it. Do not accept them in total trust. You shall know that the face they wear is one of death. If the rivers run with the poison and fish become unfit to eat, you shall know them by these many things. Oh my God. There's so much stuff in the rivers. The wildlife is dying around here. Just saying. While at the fifth stopping place, the light-skinned people in big wooden boats, known as the French, arrived. Consequently, the French were called the Wemiskousi, a wooden boat people. Though the French crown was interested in colonialism, as far as the Anishinaabe were concerned, the French appeared only interested in commerce and trade through mercantilism, hides, skins, Together with the French, the Anishinaabe formed trade alliances, which not only extended French colonial powers into the heart of North America, but strengthened the political and military might of the Anishinaabe. So it benefited the native folk too at that time. After the French came, the offshore ones of Great Britain, but out of them came the Gitche Mukoman, Big Knives, the Virginians or Americans. So the French, the British, and then Americans. Okay. The fifth. In the time of the fifth fire, there will come a time of great struggle that will grip the lives of all native peoples. At the waning of this fire, there will come among the people one who holds a promise of great joy and salvation. If the people accept this promise of a new way and abandon the old teachings, then the struggle of the fifth fire will be with the people for many, many generations. The promise that comes will prove to be a false promise. All those who accept this promise will cause the near destruction of the people. In the time of the sixth fire, it will be evident that the promise of the fifth fire came in a false way. Those deceived by this promise will take their children away from the teachings of the elders. Grandsons and granddaughters will turn against the elders. In this way, the elders will lose their reason for living. They will lose their purpose in life. At this time, a new sickness will come among the people. The balance of many people will be disturbed. The cup of life will almost become the cup of grief. The seventh prophet that came to the people long ago. Now, they don't say what long ago was, but long ago was said to be different from the other prophets. This prophet was described as young and had a strange light in his eyes, and said, in the time of the seventh fire, new people will emerge. They will retrace their steps to find what was left by the trail. Their steps will take them to the elders, who will then ask to guide them on their journey. But many of the elders will have fallen asleep. They will awaken to this new time with nothing to offer. Some of the elders will be silent because no one will ask them anything of them. The new people will have to be careful in how they approach the elders. The task of the new people will not be easy. If the new people will remain strong in their quest, the water drum of the Midiwinwin Lodge will again sound its voice. There will be a rebirth of the Anishinaabe nation and a rekindling of old flames. The sacred fire will again be lit. It is a time that the light-skinned race will be given a choice between two roads. One road will be green and lush and very inviting. The other road will be black and charred, and walking it will cut their feet. In the prophecy, the people decide to take neither road, but instead turn back to remember and reclaim the wisdom of those who came before them. If they choose the right road, then the seventh fire will light the eighth and final fire, an eternal fire of peace and love, brotherhood and sisterhood. If the light-skinned race makes the wrong choice of the road, then the destruction which they brought with them in coming to this country will come back at them and cause much suffering and death to all the earth's people. So the new people, and let me get back on here to the page. Well, also, Max, in this respect, the right road means the correct road. But when I look at the waters around here that's polluted from all the chicken farms, when I've seen all of the crawdads, no longer in the river is plentiful. I can't see any. Okay, the crawdads used to feed, oh, there's a lightning bug on the window right outside, just flashing. Hi, bug. Somebody's saying hi from out there. But now many of you have heard, and I've talked about this a couple times, and I'll do a quick version and not explain who was standing where and all that. But in 2013, when I had my vision prophecy thingy, smoked over me, I was shown there were 5 riders, native riders. And they came in, and the gentleman in the middle was obviously some kind of chief or leader, and he motioned, and the other 4 native on painted horses, by the way, that's like really important, and they went in the 4 directions. So while he's speaking to me, he's showing me in each of these directions, and in each direction there was destruction and this and the gnawing and gnashing of teeth and the wailing. I heard it. It still tingles up and down my spine. And it's almost been, it's been 8 years. Wait, 5, yeah, 13, yeah, 8 years. And it feels like it was yesterday that I saw this thing. So he pointed in every direction, and we're standing here, but it was like he had a zoom lens, so I could zoom in and bring whatever was there, like right at me. So the four riders all came, and all of the peoples, their hair were tied to the mane of the horses. And the horse riders pulled all of these people by their hair that was tied together. And some of them were just heads, and it was absolutely horrible. And it just went on forever and ever and ever and ever, sort of like Ghost Riders in the Sky. It was really strange. And so, but when the riders came back, then there was this native woman, an obvious princess in this beautiful white buckskin on a white horse. The leader of the four horsemen, and then whether they represented the four horsemen of the apocalypse, they represented the four corners of the earth. But anyway, so she rode up and got up. It was just, I know I wasn't going to go into great detail, but they didn't get off the horse. They were just on the ground. It was the strangest thing. But anyway, she held this great big book, and she went over to him and opened up the book, and she said, "The debt has been paid, and you now can have the book." So she handed him this leather bound thing, right? And he got on her horse, the white horse, and turned around, and all of them just kind of disappeared. And then she spoke to me, and she said, "I know what you're thinking." She said, "Those who have defiled Mother Earth must pay the price. And it's not out of vengeance or revenge, it's in order to keep things balanced." And she, on her horse, she jumped onto the black horse, and off she went. And grandfather looked down at me and he said, "These are the things that will come." And I was like, "Oh crap." And then I woke up. So, but in that short story, there's, I've described it in better detail, but that's the basic important thing. So, but in this Anishinaabe thing, and what I was shown, having had nothing, had never heard of this before. Okay. So let me look over here. Max. Hey, David. Yeah, whatever they showed me, Max, it still scares the crap out of me. I mean, it just does. And but let me go. I would have to look up Native Star Lords. Yeah, it was sort of at dusk when the vision occurred. And I was out in Wyoming. Or Montana, because I was out there when my brother and I went out there in 1999 or 2000. I can't remember anyway back then. Might have been 98. And the lake was full, by the way, and there at Hoover Dam. But anyway, having went through Montana and turned north and went up into Wyoming, and then went into Montana. When we crossed the state line in Montana, and it said Big Sky Country and all, the sun was going down, and we just pulled over the side of the road and just stood. And it's like, oh my God. But anyway, so when I had the vision, it was like where I was standing in Montana, but it could have been, Wyoming. But my point is, it was there, not someplace else. So if I'd had never been there, I wouldn't have wondered, "Hey, Regen, how are you?" Texas Dirt Nationals. Oh man, I bet you that was cool. But so anyway, to stick with the thing, I'm going to switch over here, back over to the other. I can't see the chat. But here's the thing that you all have showed me. This is the seventh fire, when new people will emerge. Now I'm reading off of this. They will retrace their steps to find what was left by the trail. Their steps will take them to the elders, who they will ask to guide them on their journey. But many of the elders will have fallen asleep. They will awaken to this new time with nothing to offer. Now, what does that mean? Because there's so much space in what people used to know and what people, within families, there's a whole generation of folks that just don't know certain stuff. They just don't have certain basics. So in that, the elders have gone to sleep. They will awaken to this new time with nothing to offer. Some of the elders will be silent because no one will ask them of anything of them. The new people will have to be careful in how they approach the elders. The task of the new people will not be easy. So the next part of this was about which road to choose. One road will be lush and green and be very inviting. The other road will be black and charred, and walking on it will cut their feet. In the prophecy, the people decide to take neither road. So it's not a choice of which road, okay? But instead they turn back to remember and reclaim the wisdom of those who came before them. If they choose the right road, or for me, the correct road, then the seventh fire will light the eighth and final fire, an eternal fire of peace, love, and brotherhood. If the light-skinned race makes the wrong choice of the roads, then the destruction which they brought with them in coming to this country will come back at them and cause them much suffering and death to all the earth's people. Now, if so in the prophecy, they decide to take neither road. So, I have talked about this, there are times when we shouldn't go backwards. Yeah, chakras generating the starting point and returning the crystals back to the endocrine system. Yeah. Tracy B, how are you? But so anyway, the choices that we make, like for me, and I keep using Max as the excuse, but to stay away from plastics and certain things, and we've talked about this. So, but those people who just really don't care, and just the rivers are poisoned. Yeah, okay. When I was coming back from the store today, me and Doug are riding down the road with the window down, kind of thing, looking out, and I passed by this one chicken farm that's been there for quite a few years now. But coming over the hill, I looked back towards the back, and they've added another 6 houses to that same farm. So they produce that one farm produces probably at least 1 million birds a year, just that one farm, especially since they've expanded. And now I passed 2 of those on the way to the store. One big farm here and another. And I know that just down the road on another side road is a whole nother one of these farms. Now, what they do, this other farm down the road, they do hatchings and raise the biddies. And so when the biddies get up big enough, then they sell them to these other, to the other chicken farmers around. So not only are they growing layers and, and all that kind of stuff, but they're also growing the chickens too. Where do they come from? Well, they got a lot of eggs. So they have fertilized eggs, whatever. God knows where they're getting these eggs, but to the point. So it's big business around here. And God forbid, I've told people, I say, the reason why the EPA has been keeping an eye on the rivers down here, my river in the backyard, Lost Creek, which is just about 2 miles away from, not even 2 miles away from the Little Ochlockonee. They own these creeks around here, the watershed. There's Big Creek, Little Big Creek, there's Lost Creek, and these are big watersheds, and they all drain into my river, which then drains into the Big Ochlockonee. So, but anyway, so they're monitoring all of these. Guess why? Because of all the chicken farms around here. And it's not a source point issue. It's not coming from the farm, but they take the poo and supposedly spread it on the ground. It's supposed to get turned in. It's all really good up here. But when farmers aren't turning the land and the chicken farmers have all this poop, there's poop that just, well, we'll just spread it out because we got to get rid of this. So it rains really good and it all ends up in the rivers. It all ends up in the creeks. It's in my backyard, not as much as somebody else's backyard, but to the point. And everything downstream is dying because of it. It takes away the oxygen. There's not, I've talked about this before, but this is part of one of the prophecy. When the waters are poisoned and the fish are no longer any good to eat, I can't even find fish, let alone eat them, because that's how bad the rivers have gotten around here. And I was on a section of the river a couple of weeks ago. I talked about it in another video, but you know, we are on the upper reaches of the Ochlockonee. And I mean, it's really nice and the water was clear and everything. And I had been on a section just south of that. And we're very similar, you know, surroundings and an ecosystem kind of thing there on the river. Not one fish did I see in the water. Not one. And well, it's been 15 years ago, but when we were down on the Ochlockonee, if you were canoeing along in a shallow space, you would chase bass out. And these suckers would be this long. There'd be 2 or 3 bass running along, you know, and you'd scare them out of the holes when you came in with your canoe or your kayak. I didn't even see a brim. Now, I did see minnows in a lot of places, but I didn't see any larger fish. Not any perch, nothing. I didn't even see any gar, which is unusual, but it is way upriver. But so there was nothing. There were no frogs on the side. There were no turtles anywhere in that stretch where we went. Nothing. And that's just not right. So in my humble opinion, that we done, you know. So my point to the prophecy, though, is I see a turning point in people. I see the turning point with how people really don't want to do this anymore. There's, you know, but at the same time, I'm really scratching my head and go, but have we already went over the tipping point? Now, could things recover if they quit doing all the chicken shit? It could. But here's the deal. If there were a few frogs, then the frog population could come back. If there were a few fish, then we could see fish return. But if there's no life at all, then where's it going to come from? Not that nature can't do mysterious things, and I have seen it do it myself, but to this point of the prophecy, though, and I don't want to be a negative Nelly here, but we have to look at the situation. Now, in my dream thing, it was that, you know, there's going to be collateral damage. There are going to be good people who die because of this. And people are going to want to blame Mother Earth for her revenge upon the people. And it ain't that at all. But there has to be a balancing of energies. Now, talking with my my daughter's mama, we weren't actually married. So saying that you know, she's my first wife. But anyway, I mean no disrespect, but she said, you know, I just had my second shot today, and my arm really, really hurts. And they said that I might run a fever and that I might do a this. And she goes, but I've had my second shot. And I'm thinking to myself, and it hurts. She goes, it's really sore. But they said it was probably going to hurt. And I didn't say a word because it's too late, right? Regen, Chinese carp are invading the Great Lakes. Yeah. I mean, If the carp were here, I'd almost welcome them because at least it would be wildlife. But anyway, yeah, it's too late, Max, on that. But oh, she done good because she went and had her second shot, and she is doing better. And she, 2 years ago, she was dying from heart failure, so she still has issues, but she's doing better. Her, living situation is better, which makes her feel better. And so she's only, I'm 68. She's like 63 or 4. Anyway, a few years younger than me. Yeah, for help. Right, Max. Jump in the river and here I go. Those bad alligator, they swim too slow. Sometimes animal moves out of an area for a while if they are spooked. They're gone. Max, I have lived on this river. I've been here on the property now for 35 years. It'll 36 or 7 actually, and the many times I've been on that river in sections, much like I was on the other day, there are all kinds of fish that you'd see because the water, in certain areas are that clear. I was sitting on the edge, and I was sneaking up on places like I used to do. And you could go, if you were in the narrows and it opened up, you'd go real slow just to see if you chased anything in. You could look ahead of you, and where minnows would be in the shallows, you could see other fish. So you could see the minnows doing this little jumpy thing in the shallows. Nothing like that, the way it used to be on the same river. So, I'm looking at these things over the years, and, my heart is crying literally because of what used to be there that I know ain't there no more. But see, because people don't use that section of the river, nobody cares, So, but here's the thing. So are the farmers to blame because they bought into this? Well, they all, they need to grow something, right? So big factory moves in, big thing, offers money. And so they all start growing. They got to make, all them people who want them buffalo wings, they don't come from buffaloes. They come from hybrid chickens. But, and I've said, if anything ever happens and the lights go out and there's an EMP and stuff like that, and people, they ain't going to be able to feed these chickens. They're just going to be turning them loose. There are going to be millions of geeky hybrid chickens. Probably most of them are going to die because they don't even know how to walk because they're contained in small areas. But there's going to be but anyway, I think Mother Nature could return because there are fish farther downstream where the pollution is diluted more. So there still are fish in the river, but way downstream, away from all of this. So there's a lot more swamp, and whatever's going on with the water, it steals the oxygen out of the water. It's not necessarily poison, but and it will grow in certain places. It'll grow this funky green shit on top of the water. It smells nasty. Don't even want to go near the water when it's like that, especially in the summertime when it's low like this. But so anyway, so in my vision, in seeing that, if the people don't change their ways, this is kind of sort of what's going to be. And watching, these folks around here don't even want to discuss it because it's just, well, we're just going to keep doing it this way, even though it's wrong. But there are people who could step in, with better ideas. I have talked about, with all these millions of tons of crap in our county alone, it would support a methane plant or several small methane plants. So somebody needs to come up with some seed money and give these farmers and people around here, there's enough shit to go around. And after you process the chicken poop, It then becomes, because of all of the filtration and all the stuff and the bubbling and the anaerobic digestion is what it's called, that when it comes out, you can actually use it for a fertilizer. It's not toxic anymore. So then put it on the fields, but go through the process of getting rid of this stuff. And then you can store it and it doesn't smell. Hi, Elena. So, but anyway, I don't want to go into any more of that particular thing, but to the, what time is it? Oh, I missed it by 4 minutes. Okay, smoke if you got them. I'm going to go over here back to the thing and read back over this prophecy thing. So the last one, that if the light-skinned race makes the wrong choice, then the destruction which they brought with them in coming to this country will come back at them and cause much suffering and death. Now, Jody just sent this to me less than a week ago. So in my conversation about this, what have I been talking about? The native peoples on Turtle Island for thousands of years, got along. I mean, they had their, their tiffs and twists and stuff, but by and large, it was nowhere near what the Europeans and the Chinese and them folks did. It just wasn't there. This idea of building huge things and stuff and all that just ain't in the culture. So to the native peoples, back up a couple of prophecies, I'll look at it, is that if the native peoples choose a different way, so there will be a person who comes to them. Let me get back up here. Oh, let me read the sixth one over again, because this has to do with elders. And one of the things that the kids nowadays, they don't know how to speak to an elder because they don't even know what an elder is. It's an old person. Well, yeah, but. So this is the sixth fire. It will be evident that the promise of the fifth fire came in a false way. Those deceived by this promise will take their children away from the teachings of the elders. So what have I been talking about? That when things got split up, people have gotten less connected with the earth. It's all about this, and nobody cares about water. And, and it's like there are 40 million people who are going to be in some serious ass stuff really soon. And I was watching a film or a news clip today, and there's like 4 foot of water running through the desert. And cornfields are flooded with about 6 inches of water. And I'm like, oh, the corn looks beautiful. Yeah, well, we won't be able to grow out here. But look how much frickin' water you're using. You have thousands of acres, which equates to hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. And that's just your one field, buddy. Well, they're going to cut us back. We're going to drill wells. We're going to do all this stuff. The lake is down 136 feet. Okay. My brother and I were on it 20 odd years ago, right? And it was full. We jet skied right up to, there's a cable that goes across, so you couldn't go up to them turrets above the dam, or and now all these turrets are just sticking up out. I mean, oh my God. So in my lifetime, my one chance of being out there in Vegas, I got to witness the highest that the lake has ever been. And now I witness 20 years later, it's going to be the lowest it's ever been. So the sixth fire will be evident because they will take their children away from the teachings of the elders. Grandsons and granddaughters will turn against the elders. In this way, the elders will lose their reason for living. They just give up. They will lose their purpose in life. and I'm adding this, but they'll feel hopeless situation. At this time, a new sickness will come among the people. The balance of many people will be disturbed. The cup of life will almost become the cup of grief. Now, that's what I wanted to bring back up. Hey, Julianne, if there is a 4 foot of water in the desert, wouldn't that make it a beach? Yeah, sunny beach to me, you know. I got you, David. Yeah, 229, 1229 here, 230 there, eh, Julianne Margaret. So the sixth fire is sort of based on the fifth, which I'll read in a minute, but I haven't tried to stress it much, but it has been the subject of my conversations. Oh, we got to say hi to Bob. Bye, Bob. But in the grand scheme of things, so they say that if the waters become bitter and the fish aren't any good to eat, we've reached that one in a lot of areas. And so here's the thing, though, that people will say. They say, well, the river's not really polluted, but that's true. But it depends on what you mean by pollution. So all sewage treatment plants, listen to me, all sewage treatment plants, all of them, when they get so much water in, they treat it. And where does the rest of it go? It gets dumped into the environment. Now, you say, well, it's just shit water. That's true. Well, they take all the crap out of it. They aerate it. They use microbes and stuff, natural things, to get rid of the methanes and stuff. But here's what the water is. It's without oxygen. So when a sewage treatment plant flows over, it puts water in there that has no oxygen, so it steals the oxygen, so it suffocates the wildlife. Now, that's a pollutant, ain't it? I mean, because it ain't natural. So, but there's so many things that we're doing wrong on this planet. Even trying to clean up the water, it ain't clean because there is a side effect from it. So we have to look at, okay, they're at least trying, okay? But people don't realize that for every town, large trailer parks, I mean, unless you got a septic tank, then it's hooked up to one of these things. And the effluent and the overflow must go somewhere. So if you control how much water you use, washing, drying, showers, and how many flushes, right? Then you're contributing because it's all going to go to the waste disposal. And so for every gallon that you use, it's going to go back into nature. Some of it might be gone through evaporation, but probably 4.5 gallons of that 5 gallons that you flush down the toilet is going to end up at a sewage treatment plant. And because they are getting in millions of thousands or millions of gallons a day, that water, that effluent has to go somewhere. They can't store it. So they treat it and it goes right back in the environment. And it's cleaned, but it's not clean. It's not environmentally good. Around here, you know, we had a big flood many years ago. Well, you know, and Thomasville, there's a sewage treatment plant. It overflowed and it flooded it. And there's a creek right beside it. Well, why do you think they built the plant there? Because there was a creek right beside it. So then they warned everybody that effluent was now in the flooded creek. And it's a big floodplain there where the bypass is on the north side of town there, where I come in from. But anyway, so these big fields where horses and cows and stuff in are now flooded with effluent, really toxic effluent from the sewage treatment plant. And then everything downstream from that, which they're trailer parks and people's, you know, so And that's from the city of Thomasville. Now, it doesn't happen all the time, but it happens, okay? So they try to contain it, but the thing is that it still goes in that creek, all right? Well, but no, that was just a spill. It spills all the time. For every gallon that goes in it, there's got to be a gallon that comes out. They can't store all that water. They process it, they twirl it, they do all these things to it, but the water ends back up in nature. So for every town, every community, every place that there's a sewage treatment plant. So for every time you turn on that water, it's going back into the nature, but not like it was intended. So when I talk about, overuse of water and stuff, I look at it from the standpoint of, because I've worked around sewage treatment plants. My dear friend Serge, who's passed almost a year now, salute to him. Well, I'll fire a bowl with him in mind. Yeah, earthquake. Use more water. You could dilute it. Yeah, I know. See, they think like that, though, Max. They really do. They think like that. In my area, the trailer parks are located near sewage plants. Yeah, but the sewage plants are there because of the trailer parks, too. Then there's a fertilizer plant across the street from the sewage plant. Man, them fertilizer plants, they can be smelly, can't they? Yeah, salute, Serge. Thank you. He was a good man. And we spent 25 years on that river. Almost every weekend we were on that river. There were times he worked out of town, and but when he got back, the first thing he wanted to do was go to the river. He'd call me up. Come on, let's go to the river. Okay, We were fishing where I put in last week, or the week before, last time I went, 2 weeks, I guess now. And where I put in down south of me is where we used to go. And there are some places where there's a great big high bank, and it'll be really carved out. It'll be really carved out over here, and it'll be narrows coming in. It widens out, and then there's a sharp turn, and it'll go around this big bend, and then it'll turn back into a narrows again. But in these great big bends is where we would sneak in by the bank and fish them up underneath the trees and out into these big curves, right? They're not huge, but for here, it's a big curve versus a little curve. It's not a big river. I mean, in places, it's only 15 feet maybe across from bank to bank. Now, it floods up and spreads out, but on normal run, some of these banks are only 15, 20 feet apart. It'll widen out to 30, 40, 50 feet wide, but then it'll narrow back down. So, but it's not this huge river. So anyway, here's this great big thing. My friend Serge, he's got this, we've got our tackle boxes, and he's got this lure because he used to live down around Sarasota and in that area down there, and used to do a lot of fishing in the flats and the salt waters up Myakka River and up in there. Anyway, so he had this big lure, and he goes, I've used this for red snapper, and I've caught a few tarpon on it. And he goes, so just for the hell of it. So he ties it on, like 15-pound test line, right? And chunks it out there side casting. And this thing hits the water. And you could count 1, 2, 3. And he gave it a little tug, to set it and to give it. And this fish came out of the water. Okay. Now, I'm not lying when I say it was bigger than from my elbow to here. From where I was sitting 25 feet away, it was that big. It was bigger than that because the tail was still in. This huge fish had this thing in its mouth and spit it back at us. Okay. I mean, this thing was at least 2.5 feet long. Okay. Big, huge, bass looking kind of thing. we looked at each other and he's like, that almost looked like a tarpon. It was that big, you know. And having fished out there in the areas, you know, the small tarpon looked like really big bass, you know, and they're fun to fish, you know. But anyway, and not that bad to eat, but mostly a sports fish. But anyway, um, but this thing jumped out of the water and scared the crap out of both of us because neither one of us was expecting anything that big. I mean, you know, a 10-pound bass would have been a big fish. Okay. This thing was like 40 pounds and it wasn't a catfish, you know. So him being a biologist and me being a naturalist and sort of a biologist in a way, we still don't know what it was exactly, but it was huge. We never could get another strike. I mean, and there's a narrows that the canoe will barely fit through, and I mean we have to kind of tug the canoe through the cypress knees, right? It's really beautiful through there, and you know to see a fish that big in an area like how the hell did he even swim in there? I mean, it gargantuan. So anyway, we used to fish for for smelt. Yeah. I bit all my vitamins since you told us about the sewage filled with vitamins. Oh, good for you. Max, did you drop them in water to see if they would dissolve? Because that's a really interesting test just for yourself. You know, I put a vitamin in a glass, and like 3 days later, I'd go by and go, it still hasn't melted. You know, like, you know. But if you break them, the inside, the gooey part will come out. But anyway, but so with this prophecies, what should we consider? You know, here's the thing. We've had Nostradamus and we've had all these other people that, you know, Edgar Casey, but he's more recent. But then there are the Hopi, you know, and then there are the other traditions that say that um, basically in the end, the uh, the people from Turtle Island will get it back, and the boat people will be, you know, will be gone. Now, one could say that, you know, well, ain't I a boat person? But I've got a great grandmother, a great grandmother, and a grandmother, all with Cherokee. And I would say that I don't think you could call me a white man. Now, there are other, and now it ain't necessarily their fault, okay? So, but if somebody else, if they come from, if they don't have any kind of Indian blood and they're all just go back to Europeans, there ain't nothing wrong with that because the Lee side of the family went back that far. I mean, the Lee side of the family, from what we've been able to tell, yes, I'm supposed to be related to Robert E. And it kind of looked like him in a way in my old age, and if I grew my beard out more. So, you know, we came from France and then went over to England and helped King Arthur out. We became landed gentries and then came over to the colonies after many years. But so, you know, one could say, yes, I have that, you know, parlez-vous français, but I don't know how to speak French. But the idea, though, that, and I think in a way, from what I've learned, not that I have like intensely studied it, but I probably feel like a Frenchman versus somebody else. I don't know. They're the heart of the French people. I mean, a true French person in the countryside, you know, just living in the country and no big, you know, I'm like that. So if of course, my relatives are supposedly kingly or royalty or something like that. But anyway, but as far as where I could have come from, the heart of my family was French in that, you know, they had this passion. Okie doke. But anyway. But so the fact that what the boat people have done as I sit and look at things, have we gone too far? And people say, well, it's all because we eat cows. No, it ain't. It's not because we eat chicken. It's how we do it. People aren't using what's necessary. So the choice doesn't necessarily mean that we have to stop eating chicken. It's just we have to do better at it. And this idea of cost per piece per stuff, if you had to pay 50 cents more for a chicken sandwich, but you knew that chicken was raised right, you know what I'm saying? So I'd go say, yeah, because I used to eat a lot of chicken sandwiches, right? Till they moved the farms around here. And then I was like, but if somebody said, look, if we raise these chickens really well, it's not little cages, but they're out running around more, you can't free range them. That's impossible to do, but you can give them more space to where they do have more room rather than being in cages. Okay. So there are more humane ways to do it, and you would get a better chicken. But that makes them tough because they run around. If they just sit in one place, then that makes the chicken more tender because they don't use their muscles. I'd rather it be a little tough, but know that the chicken, even though it was in a cage, it was treated with respect. So we have lost respect for the animals that are here to feed us. Western beef is not raised the same as Chicago beef and big feedlots. But to the point, cows are purchased, taken to the feedlot for 2 or 3 months, sometimes only a month, and they feed them up and put some pounds on them, and then they slaughter them. That's the purpose of the feedlot. But the cows aren't raised there. They're sent to the feedlot to gain weight. So, but here's the thing: for the cow's point of view, do they really know? And I lived 4 or 5 years right next to cows. I mean, I opened up my window and could damn near reach out and touch the fence. They'd stick their head over, and I could almost touch them. And I heard of about 25, maybe 30 cows. And so they're not stupid. They're a little clumsy and a little slow, but they're not stupid. But they're not the brightest animal on the block neither. That doesn't give us a right to mistreat them. But there are ways that you can grow cows. And so people around here will, feed up a cow once a year, maybe two, depending on the size of the family. And they'll take it down to the local butcher and they'll take the cow that they've raised and send back, steaks and whatever in packages. And so a lot of people around here will buy a whole cow and do that. So you know what you're getting. Now, if I had a big freezer and all that, I would consider doing that. But I'm just not into the freezer thing. But to the point I used to be. And that's how you do it. How do you know that the meat you're getting is good? That's how you do it. You find somebody, you can go down to the local place and buy yourself a cow, and if it looks good, you can buy it and feed it up yourself, or just you can say, look, I want this cow and have this, you just tell the people, okay, here's the money for the cow, and I'll just send it straight to the butchers. And the butcher's got your cow. So if you don't pay him, he's got all the meat from your cow. So you're going to work out a deal, right? But to the point, though, there are ways to do things. And like people who put deer in the freezer, a lot of them cut their own meat up and everything and make their own hamburger with ground deer meat, which, oh my God, it's really good. But it's respectful. You know what I mean? And so you say, yeah, but you killed the animal. Yeah, but he was treated well. He was out in an open field, and only for the last 30 days did they really feed him up, and he was still able to go around. It was just a smaller area, but he was still open and not crowded in with a bunch of critters. So there are better ways to do this. And if we supported our local butchers more, and You know, I haven't bought meat or anything like that from Walmart in close to 2 years. So, and I buy up, I had, me and Duggar had a T-bone steak tonight. It was like $5. Really nice cut, really good flavor. And he got a really nice piece of bone out of the deal. And it looked good. I mean, because I have cut meat, and my dad was a meat cutter and all that stuff. So hey, Richard, how are you? But so anyway, there are folks that say, well, eating meat and all this and how it's processed, but you can get it done right. And you can get it at a decent price. And you don't have to worry about where, if it's coming from some feedlot or somewhere. If you do your own research, there's somebody local that will sell you part of, you know, they might they might not need a whole cow, so you can buy the other half. I mean, I'm just saying. So people who complain about this and that really don't do their homework on what they could actually do out of this. So, but anyway, the same thing with hogs, although I very seldom eat pork anymore, because I used to raise them too and work on a hog farm. So that just, you know, but I do have to say that I've had wild hog. Oh my God. Now these were I'll say pet pigs that got away, and they went feral. And they were rooting up in my backyard and some of these, and it's open range for wild pigs around here in the whole state of Georgia. There is no hunting season or quota or whatever. So and hunting pigs aren't that hard, but to hunt a wild pig is different than getting one that came out of the store. The meat, now there are people who would say that it tastes gamey. Yes, it did. It tasted like you know, yes, it didn't taste like it was store bought. Whole different flavor. It's like if you really know how to smoke something on a grill, or I mean smoke like smokehouse smoke. It was just, and tender. It was like, oh my God. So, but anyway, if any hogs get out and go wild, plus they're, like I say, there are wild hogs around here anyway. And people will say, yeah, you can get on my property and hunt them if you want to, you know, as long as that's all you're hunting. So the potential around here, plus there's a lot of wild turkey and there are deer. But you know, there are some critters that have almost become a nuisance. And so there's open season. So if a critter is becoming, you know, well, then if I can feed myself and they're wild and they're a nuisance, okay, then I could see where I could take one of them out. You know what I mean? As much as I'm not into killing, I have seen the destruction of what too many pigs will do to a place. And, you know, sometimes you got to take out some of the litter. You just have to. You got to cull the herd. So it's a necessary thing. Even with deer, there's a, you know, there are more deer population here now. And I think it's because there haven't been near as many people driving around. When I was talking to my friends the other day who visited me, and they were like, you know, he said, I'm driving up and down the road. He works on big semis, tractor trailer things. And he was like, I'm driving around. He goes, there's just no traffic on highways. Not like it used to be, you know, all because of the vid thing. So, but anyway, with the prophecies, though, I want to go back to number 5, Johann. Close your eyes and I'll kiss you. Tomorrow I'll miss you. Remember, I'll always be true. Anyway, the 5th time of the 5th fire, there will come a time of great struggle that will grip the lives of all native people. At the waning of this fire, there will come along among the people one who holds a promise of great joy and salvation. If the people accept this promise of a new way and abandon the old teachings, then the struggle of the fifth fire will be with the people for many generations. If they abandon the old teaching, then the struggle of the fifth fire will be for many generations. The promise that comes will prove to be a false promise, and all those who accept this promise will cause the near destruction of the people. So I read the sixth one and I read it backwards. But here's the thing. So back in the day, and one could say it was a president. It could have been Crazy Horse. Could have been Crazy Horse, but it all could have Sitting Bull, because they put him in prison and he went back. It could have also been I can't remember his name. His name that I will die no more. So they decided not to fight anymore and then to go to the reservations to preserve what little they had. And even then they were attacked by the white man. So so that person that walked among them could have been, quote, the president, okay, who brought many promises, you know. So was it a person or was it the station of a person? So all the presidents have betrayed the Native Americans since day one. So was that the man that walked among them was the president? That's how I look at it. Was it a one man? No, I think it was the president, the man, not, many of them. So, the Trail of Tears and moving all the Cherokee and everybody out and putting them out there in Oklahoma. You know what a sad and horrible and terrible thing that was. And I think that I was around in my previous life during that time. And I spit on the Indians and I was, rude. And I think I had a squaw for a wife. And that's like calling her a whore. Or, don't ever use the word squaw. It's very, very derogatory. So, but when the men were killed, the women from the tribes, when the tribes were wiped out, would hang around the outside of the forts because everything else had been taken away. And so they would do whatever they could to survive. And so those were the squaws, the whores. They'll do anything for food or whatever, which is horrible because they made them that way. But in order to survive, but the man who walked among them, I think, is the presidency, because I don't think it was a single man. So, but the occupancy of the president representing a man does make that prophecy true, because they listened to this man, the president. Well, if you do this, we'll give you this. If you do this, we'll be like this. And if you trust us, just go to the, and forever they're still breaking promises, And to the Native Americans, nobody owns the land. And I've said ever since I bought this property, I don't own this land. I'm just renting it. I'm renting this place so that somebody else won't tear it up. There's an ecosystem here that's developed all these years, and I've seen it. I'm watching it grow and nourishing it in my own little way. And understanding after all these years why I'm here, in that I get to experience watching pine trees that are this tall, are this big around now in my lifetime, and other things too. So the experience of seeing what nature can do, what nature does do. And there are times when you have to intervene with Mother Nature, but if you allow it to be, then there's a lot of good things that come out of it. So, they around here, they don't rotate their crops enough. Somebody will buy a farm for 2 or 3 or 4 years, grow cotton on it, and sell it. The next guy that comes along or whoever buys the property and they grow cotton on it for 2 or 3, 4 years. And, so if the land isn't producing, that's because the crop hasn't been rotated in some of these fields in the last 20 years, ever. It's grown cotton, the same thing over and over and over, which depletes the minor minerals and so forth. And it shows up as the cotton's not as good as it was 15, 20 years ago. So there are issues, but what was learned back in the 20s and 30s after the Dust Bowl in Oklahoma and all that, to rotate the crops. It was important, get this now, and they're decimating the fence rows around here. But it was important that they grew fence rows. Why? Because it kept the dust and dirt, and it kept the winds from doing. So now there's this thing where the fence rows, if they have trees and things along them, they cut them all down because they want just the fence. And that's what got them in trouble back in the day, during the days of the Dust Bowl. Cochise. And, to follow up on that, Max, it was native land always until the boat people showed up. Because what is inbred in the indigenous people is simply this: we do not own Mother Earth. We live upon her. We respect her, and we give honor to the Mother Earth, and we sing and dance and drum to her honor. And it's not about a worship. Remember that now, where other people say, we're worshiping false. Somebody wrote a comment to me, I'm promoting some kind of doctrine of demons or something with my discussions. I'm like, what am I have talked about demons and possessions, and for people to stay away from it, but am I teaching a doctrine of devilry or demonic or what? No, I don't think so. But because I have a different view of what the Christ consciousness and what reincarnation and what native peoples understand and believe and stuff like that, it's like I must be teaching some kind of devilment kind of doctrine, was the way it was said. I can't remember the exact quote, but anyway. But the whole thing is Max, when I die, it ain't mine. And whoever, quote, owns the title to it, they don't really own it, because they can die and pass and move. In 1,000 years from now, whoever said they had title on this property might be dead and gone. And this could be a desert or something, or it could be part of the ocean. But I'm at about the house sits at about a 240 elevation, ish. The top of my hill is about 270, and around the curve up there is 300 feet. So, I know my elevation for right here. But if the prophecies are anywhere near true, but I wish these boat people would leave too. Now, here's the thing. Personally, they don't have to physically go, but their mentality's got to go. This idea of flesh and water and flesh and flesh and flesh, that's got to go. There are so many things that have got to change. So I don't care if the boat people stay, because I'm part boat person myself in lineage. But my heart understands Mother Earth. No one owns this planet. No one. It is a sentient individual being. Nobody owns me, although they think they do. Um, yeah, devil doctrine, a doctrine of something. Anyway, it was really weird in the comment section, Max. You trigger cognitive dissonance. Yeah, I did. Good for you. Maybe they might do some research now. I don't know, but it was easy for them to blame it on me, kind of thing. Because y'all know me, I'm way away from preaching any kind of quote doctrine. The doctrine is spirituality and how we can get there. Yeah, it's not a bad elevation, Johan. I mean, the Spirit sent me here 40 years ago, and I looked at it and here, and I'm still homesteading the place. Okay, I don't have a deep well, I don't have all these other things, but I live here in this little old semi-finished house, and we get along pretty good, and it's mine. It's everything's paid for. So, and I am trying to do improvements, so I haven't given up on that. And hey, Dominic and Conscious, how are you? Exactly, David. The earth does not need man to survive. Nope, doesn't need us. Not at all. It would do better without us, But see, that was the understanding that the native peoples, indigenous peoples, I mean, even in Australia and other places, so the indigenous people saw no need in building temples and churches and things like that because they worship in their heart, or a temple could be, a table, at the end of in a room somewhere in a house versus them building a church or great cathedrals. But anyway, but so this idea though that it is about spirituality. So in the prophecy, do they choose materialism or do they choose spirituality? So instead of going down the right or wrong path, it's turning around and going back and picking up the things that we've lost along the way. And you know me, I've been talking about this. We need to look on the, it's not how fast we go, but it's what we learn along the way. And so if somebody sees a fork in the road and they go, well, I'm going this way. Okay. So it might look nice and lush until you get down a little ways and then it turns into a crap pile. And you might start on a gravel road and it turned out to be this luscious thing. But here's the thing. So you take that lush green path. Have you learned anything? Do you know what that means for you? Do you know what that means for mankind? Are you going to go down this lush green path and turn it into a blackened, nasty, you're going to turn it into what the other trail already is? Or are you going to turn around and go back and fix the mistakes you made? Now, many, 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 many years ago, I'm talking 20 years ago, easy for me, I had this vision for myself in my discussions with, at the time, was White Dove. And she told me, she said, you're going to be here to help put the earth back where it needs to be, for whatever that meant. And then I was like, well, and I asked the question, what do you mean by that? And she said, you're going to be here to help put the natural order back. And I've always said, okay. But, 20 years later, after having had that conversation with her many times and subsequent conversations with the spirits on this same thing, like, what do you mean I'm going to be here after? What do you mean by that? And now I don't ask anymore because I'm here. And having, my dear friend Marcia passed away after over 40 years of friendship with her. This month is a year my friend Sergius passed, and we were friends for 25, 30 years. And so I always figured I'd go before them. And here I am now. I'm still here. So I question, I never thought I would make it this old. I just felt predestined to die at an early age. And I guess spirits come down and keeps kicking me going, well, I did die. I drowned. Dan Mir. I almost froze to death several times. That 3 days on the river. So I have experienced death in those, in that experience. So it's like, I get that. But to experience it for myself, so what did I learn from the lessons? They taught me you're going to be here at for whatever to help with this. I still don't know what it is, and maybe I'm doing it right now by having these conversations with people. But one of the things we have to get out of our brain now, I rent this space that are between boundaries. Now, I don't really see that as an issue, um, but the earth belongs to no one. However, I think we can rent a section while we're here, and but that's okay. But this idea that more land, I want more, I want to own, I want to own. Oh, no, you don't. You're just renting it for whatever purpose you think is necessary, but you don't own it, period. You're going to die and you ain't going to own it no more. I mean, it's just, common sense. Well, the ownership will get back, then you don't own it. You see what I mean? So we have to understand what native peoples believe and taught from birth. We live on Mother Earth. Mother Earth is part of us. And, so I'm not giving up my spot. And I rent this area. I got a title to the boundaries. I will share it if and I've shared it with people over the years who just refuse to do anything and stay and help or whatever. Oh, they always talk about a community, this, that, and the other thing. They just talk a blind of bullshit. Excuse my French, but all right, we're coming up on a 20. Hey Dominic, let's see. Got me a new strain tonight. Died when I was born. I was a blueberry. Holy crap, Max. Oh, so you were a blueberry baby, but so from what I've heard, not talking to you, but from other things, that those born with veils and blue babies, many of them. Okay, they're saying my end is being unstable. So if you see a little glitching, Bob, we love you. Here's some coffee. I'll have some coffee and share it. It's almost hours I've been yakking with y'all. But so anyway, Jody sent me this, and if you're still out there, Jody, thank you. But in some of the other prophecies and certain things that I've read over the years, it's like they showed it to me too before I heard of some of these prophecies. In my own prophecy vision, they showed me that the earth would go back to those who respected the earth. That's how the only way that we as any kind of peoples were going to stay on this planet was to reconcile with the planet. Okay. And they're really pushing these shots. And many of us have got a really bad feeling about this. Now, but how could they put balance back on the earth? Just killed 2 billion of us all over the place. Just drop us dead. And after my conversation with my daughter's mama, ow, that shot hurt, and it still hurts. My arm is really painful. And I was going to ask her, have you tried the magnet trick? But that would freak her out, and then she'd have a heart attack. Conscious. Dude, so many talk of building communities, but full of it or have no clue. You just did a video on it because another lens build didn't work. Yep. Like, for example, there was some, I did a thing on Craigslist years ago, and I said, if you're homeless, especially a veteran, and you need a place to stay, I got a place for you to camp. Now I've got an old tent camper out here, right? And needs a little more work on it. But at the time, this guy didn't have any place to live, and he was living down around Tallahassee or whatever. And him and two dogs, for God's sakes, in this car. And anyway, so he stayed in a tent for a few days, but he needed his air conditioner. So I told him, I said, look, here's the materials. I was barely out of my drooling stage when he was here. I was really having brain issues. So I said, you claim you're a carpenter and can do all these things. Here's a huge pile of wood of all different kinds. There's molding, there's plywood, there's planking, there's all kinds of wood. There's the trailer. Here's windows, and here's the tools. There's a saw, there's a square, make a place for you to stay in there. Well, but, and I was like, you're going to stay in the tent? You're going to bitch at me because I don't have a place for you to stay. You got a place for you to stay, but you claim you're a carpenter. So you want to do this thing, then get your ass to work out there. So a couple hours later, and he's bitching and moaning about this and that. And I'm like, he ain't doing anything anyway, but using my free Wi-Fi and staying in the tent with these dogs. So I'm thinking, so you really want this? Now, I have lived with other people. When I got out of jail, I had nothing. So I was at the mercy of living with other people, sleeping on their floor when they went to bed at night because they didn't have enough bedrooms and stuff. And I was so grateful. I would clean their house. I would clean the bathroom. I'd mop the floors. I'd do the dishes. And I gave money because I was so grateful. This guy was like, well, you're the one that's going to stay in it. Here's all this wood and all this stuff. And he finally took the initiative. But the thing is there are so many people who think, well, I'm going to start this community. It's hard work all the time. There are no days off. It is, it's like working on a farm. You might have a day off, but you're still going to go out and feed the chickens. You're still going to go out and ride the field. You're still going to do other things on the farm if you're a farmer. Now, you could live on a farm with somebody else, and it's I got some trees and a little garden. That's different. But I mean, if you're a farmer, you've always got stuff to do. And shit'll happen in the middle of the night where, damn it, man. So whether it's keeping up your equipment or whatever it is. So, but this idea though, yeah, I'm going to, so, according to a video I watched with Laura Eisenhower, it was said that the stuff in the shots will make people more susceptible to obedience. Yeah, I would agree with that. Not sure. Well, here's one of the things, and I've talked about this before, and it has to do with that movie Cell, where I can't remember the guys that in it, but anyway, I want to say Morgan Freeman, or was it Samuel Jackson? Anyway, but so everybody gets this thing, and then at the end of the movie, they're all got black eyes and are staring up at this whatever in the sky. So, but they all get triggered. And so that's the important thing. So whatever this does to them, this new movie series thing out on Netflix, I watched it last night, 4 a.m. kind of thing, trying to go to sleep. But the kid with the antlers. And I'm thinking to myself, now, at some point in history, it started with a virus or a plague, and all the children around this event started being born with animal parts, like chimera, 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 or anyway, it's ch, but it's pronounced chi, where some people will, yeah, John Cusack, that's the one, David. You stop working for the man and instead you work for yourself just to survive. And people will think it's a joke. Now, I've had issues with my truck and the battery. Okay, so I've got a solar charger, and I got a little regulator that does it. And a rainstorm came out the other day. Now, it was under the hood, but somehow it leaked down the wire because I didn't have it in the right spot. And it was just a short shower, but it got water in it, and it's not charging right. So it puts out 24 volts straight with a on decent with a decent sun. It can be semi cloudy and still put out 22 volts. So I have fried a couple of batteries with it. Okay, so and maybe that's what I should do is put it on the battery, but only for an hour. That's not a bad idea. Anyway, I couldn't get the battery to charge, and I think because water got in my little regulator, it fried something because I'm not getting the kind. I'm not getting 13 volts or more on the battery side. Anyway, so now I'm screwing with this. Now this is just for my truck, okay? So if I want to run different things and fans and lights and stuff, then I got to deal with this all the time, you know? So you don't, if it's cloudy and the sun's coming, you got to go out and move. Now, okay, you mount it on a thing or whatever. Okay, so then you don't get optimum sun all the time. Now, I like this little portable one in that I can go out and turn it. Now, you should have seen the kittens using it for a slide. It was hilarious. But anyway, but so that I could get optimum, so I can go out in the yard because I'm not doing anything else, right? And I can turn the collector and get maximum sun. So I go do a little work, do some chores, come back around an hour or two later, I can turn it. So, but anyway, so you're always adjusting, you're always working, you're always making sure the battery's got water. There's always something, and that's just for if you had 12 volt. Now, if you want to convert that, then you got a whole lot more work involved. Then you got all this other stuff. So I'm trying to move to 12 volt, 24 volt. I'm trying to move into the area that I can always step up a DC voltage better than I can turn it into AC because of all the components that can fry, and then you ain't got nothing. So they have these little mini, refrigerators and stuff. Well, if you get into a real survival mode, I got, my refrigerator's sweating right now because it's hot outside and it's working it's not working overtime, but it's condensation, so it's like, but I've got all these condiments in there, and actually the refrigerator's too big. But there were more folks living here at the time that I bought it. But to the point though, I just need what the old timers called an ice box, one of them short ones about eye height, old Westinghouse or General Electric, but you open the door and the freezer doors there, I need one of them. So, instead of this big thing, it's my mate. If I had a smaller refrigerator, my light bill wouldn't be $30. It'd be like $15. It costs at least $10 to $12 a month just to run the refrigerator. And it's not running all the time, but I'm just saying. But anyway, so when people say they're going to go off grid, what does that mean? Now, I've been off grid. I lived 5 weeks in the National Forest in Arkansas when I moved out there back many years ago. And I mean, we were using kerosene lanterns and a Coleman stove. They didn't have propane stoves back then. So it was the white gas, you pumped it up. And we lived quite well. I had a 15-gallon tank that was an old like gas tank from World War II. It was a fuel thing. And I filled it full of water. And then I drilled a hole and put a spigot on it on the bottom of it, and it sat on top of our van, and that was our shower. So I had it painted black on one side and red on the other, just because. But it would get so hot during the daytime that you could barely take a shower. You had to have a little cold water display on you because the water was so hot in that tank. So it was gravity fed. I had to tote the damn thing up there. But then it got to the point where I'd do it by the gallon. I'd just get a couple of gallons. I mean, we were getting it out of the river kind of thing and toted it up the hill. So, but there was also where we were camped, had a hand pump. It was a very, very, very remote place in the Ozarks. And so it had a pit toilet, which was nice. We didn't have to worry about that, but we were prepared. And we had a hand pump. So we didn't have running water, but we had water. So you could go over to the hand pump and get you a thing and take you a bath right there, kind of thing, with cold water. So where do you want to go with, I'm going to live off the grid? You can do it. I've done it, and it's called camping. It's called camping full time. Spigas, you can make a deep freeze operate as a fridge and freezer. Yep. Yeah, you need an inverter. And see, I just want to go with 12 volt. I've had 3 inverters, Max, and for one reason or another, the capacitors in it, and we weren't pulling too much on it because I know about these things, and the capacitors in these things just fried, and you ain't got no inverter. So I have learned over the years that I am not going to rely on converting 12 volt to 110 for any reason. I mean, it's got to be so. But I'm looking at ways that I can, like I've got an air compressor, so that if 110 goes out, I've got 12 volt motors, like an old wiper motor and an old fan motor from a vehicle. And so I can run the belt on the compressor with a battery. Owl's close by. Oh, it's time, ain't it? Oh, I missed it. You can always step up and see both of I've got a really small 2 amp or 2 watt solar collector, just for charging the phone or something. And then I got a big one out there. I don't know, 10 watt or something. It's not big, but for me right now, I want to get another one. But if I needed more DC power, it's a lot easier to step up DC, like say if you needed 36 volts for whatever. So it's easier to step up a 12 volt to a higher voltage. So for example, there was this guy that I was watching for several years, and his collector was out in the yard, his solar collector. So he had a long run with the voltage. So by the time it got to his shop where he was putting the batteries and all that kind of stuff, he was losing power. So what he did was, at the end of the collector, which was like 6 foot of wire, he stepped up the voltage from 12 or whatever it was to 36 volts. And instead of trying to send 12 volts, or it varied between 24 and 12, so he would get a consistent 12 volts, but it was already had the voltage had dropped such because of the wire. So he stepped the voltage up to 36 volts, sent it down the wire easier, less of a voltage drop, and then he converted it back to 12. So he had these little inverters on either end, but his collector was way the hell out in the yard, right? So, but he was like, to overcome the voltage drop, so he stepped it up by a notch and then put it back down where he needed it when it got to the shop. So he had no voltage drop because he upped the, anyway, I just thought, and when I saw this guy do that, I was like, oh my God. So I'm still looking for ways of, what I want, and I used to have one. I want a refrigerator that runs off of propane. I mean, the refrigerators that I've had in my campers, I used to have a a 24-foot travel trailer that we traveled to Carnival with, and was my that's what I lived in before I built the house here. So but in the travel trailer, it was electric or gas. But the type of refrigeration unit, it's the way old style, which uses ammonia. And so ammonia is a closed system. It doesn't, the only reason you need electricity in an ammonia is for the heating coil that goes around the little bulb in the back. So if I get another refrigerator, it's going to be one that runs off of propane, because I can make gas. I can make a candle and put it underneath the bulb, because I've done it before. When the travel trailer, we were on a spot on a Sunday back in the old days, and nobody was open. You couldn't get propane. You had to wait till Monday and go to the dealer. It's not like they had, propane tanks at the dollar store kind of thing back then. And so, but I'd run out of propane, damn it. And we didn't have electricity on that Sunday night. We were going to get it the next, we were stuck somewhere with the Carnival. So I literally took a candle out and put it up underneath the bulb, in the trailer. I took the panel off the side of the trailer and used a candle to to turn the refrigerator on so we could keep it cold. Yeah, I've got wood. I've got the wood thing covered to the staying warm. Yeah, I don't worry about hot water like other people do. I just, because I can. It's too easy for me. I've lived out of a bucket for years. When this year, knock on wood, we had a couple inches of rain here around, and about an inch and a half here at the house. But I can heat water on a fire in a pan and put it in another container and over one of these overhead things. I can take a 5-gallon bucket or a 3-gallon bucket and put a hole in the bottom and put a spigot on it, and turn it into a shower. So I've done this. It's, so my rudimentary, well, what about being indoors? And what about, okay, I can bring the bucket in the house and hang it from inside my bathroom, So, but the idea though, that to have a hot water heater that I have to heat up all the water into all this, if I'm really backpacking it and stuff, then I've got a pan in the sink with some hot water on. And when I do the dishes, you pour it out of I use a coffee pot, right? One of those old, handheld, it's stainless steel. I got another one too, but it's porcelain one. But so anyway, so you heat the water up, you pour some in, you pour a little cold water in, you do your dishes, you rinse them off a little bit, and you're done. So where other people would want to do the whole house or whatever, I have backed that up. And there are some people who lived here before, but I mean, we had no water, so, and nobody else had water either. So it wasn't like I was the only one. The neighbors didn't have water. We were in a severe drought. So I know how to work around these things, but there are 40 million plus people that don't have a clue what it's like to truly not have water. And so we're right on the edge of being sort of in a drought right now, right here. I was watching the news before I did this video. And it's like we're really close, but the rain the other day, and plus we had a shower in the neighborhood today. So, and we got 40% chance of shower. So this is sort of like summertime, early in the evening, just about supper time, down on the corner, out in the street, Willie and the poor boys are playing, paying nickel, tap your feet. Anyway, the rocket stoves are, yeah, those are cool. Watering cannon. Hey, Tracy, homemade rocket stove. Yeah. Those are great. But see, for me, I mean, if you're really doing the natural thing, it's going to be hard for you to pump the water because 12-volt pumps don't do what you really need. So, and like my well, I couldn't use my well. I would not with a pump because uh, 12-volt pumps. Uh, if I was on the just the solar, okay, without the conversion, mind you, I can't pump it up here because it's too deep. There's it just won't there. The pump head it won't pump past a certain point. And so I could put a submersible pump in and it still wouldn't be, it can suck it up, nor can it push it up because of the depth. You needed a centrifugal pump, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, but with that said, but I can get water out of my well with a bucket, okay? So just like the old timers, throw a bucket down there and get it out. So I can get water out without any electricity whatsoever. So it depends on where you want to be with this. I'm off the grid. So if you learn how to use 5 gallons or less of water per day, then you're going to be, regardless of what you're doing, that's a good thing. There are some people that drink 5 gallons of water a day. Well, I'm being persnickety, but to native peoples and to us old timers, and I just keep every time I question a motive of mine, let's say, like, well, do I need this or what? Well, I think about, and because I used to volunteer at a place up around Tifton, and I've been there several times, and they used to do puppet shows there. I don't know what they call it now, but anyway, it's oh man, it's a historical town. They took a lot of houses, like from 100-mile radius of Tifton, old barns and schoolhouses, and I can't remember the name of the damn place now. But anyways, you can see it from the interstate on 75 there in Tifton as you come from the north going south. It'd be on your right hand side going south. But anyway, so you go over there and hang out with them a bit. And I'm a dear friend of mine that has passed many years ago, but she worked as a printer there. The old timey hand print. They printed business cards and all kinds. They printed newspaper for there. I had another friend of mine who was a blacksmith there. Another friend he worked part time. They've got an old fire / coal driven train there and a little bit of tracks. It's great. And they used to at Christmas time, they would do I would do puppet shows during Christmas there. And at nighttime with the train and the lights and everything, and it chugga and the steam and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it literally will it every time I went up there, I just was love it just to go ride the train around the I think it might be 2 miles like total all the way around, but it doesn't go very fast. But it really is an old engine. It really is an old train, and at nighttime with the fire coming out the sides and the smoke, there's just something else that was added to it. Plus Christmas time and cold weather. But so anyway, if I was to do anything, I've got some old tanks, not as in World War II tanks, but old water heater tanks and stuff like that. That people, why are you saving that? One of these days, I'm going to cut that thing up and I'm going to use it because the tank is still good, but the element went out or something like that, but still holds water. So that I can turn those things into little steam boilers. I can put water in them from one end and steam can come out the other. So with that, there's all kinds of contraptions I can make with, it doesn't have to be a steam engine, but I can get steam from an old hot water heater from just putting wood fire under it. And I got a lot of wood, so that's really easy to do. So you could make a, and so there, and I have parts from this shop, by the way. It's an, and I mean, back in the teens and 20s, and maybe even further back in Pelham, Georgia, when we'd visit there every year with the carnival, if anything that we needed to be welded or fixed or something, and we get into weird things, we'd take it down there to Pelham. Well, these guys were old school. And out front were two steam engine kind of looking things. And so I was like, well, what's that? And asked the machinist there. And I mean, this is back in this middle 60s, right? Go in his shop, and the whole shop overhead has got all these different pulleys and everything running the whole length of the shop in several places. And the whole shop is run with belting the way they did in the old days. So they had one steam engine and they hooked up the belt to it. So all it had to do was just go around. So they had different size pulleys at different locations for different machines. They had grinders, they had belt sanders, they had lathes, but everything was run by these belts. So when they got rid of the steam engines, they just put a great big electric motor on it, but they still, all the machines still ran off this belting. Rather than getting and changing out all their machines, rather than getting electric motors for all of them, they just improved the belting, and so, and that shop stayed in business for a long time, and they did really good quality work. And so I have seen some of these old shops in action, and I've got pulleys and some of these things when they was tearing down parts of that. And I was like, what are you going to do? We're just throw it in the garbage. Can I have it? Yeah. So I got some of these pieces with pulleys on them on a shaft. So on one end, you put one pulley that turns it, and different machines can run from that. So now that's old school, but the thing is, I can do that with steam with not a lot of issue. You just makes a simple flywheel, but and all you got to do is keep water in it, keep fire under it. And I wouldn't, if I had to go that route with some of my machines or drill bits or something like drill bits, but drill presses, something else on my other saws or something. I could put a belt on them and make them run. And I could do at least menial things with what is now hooked up to electric with just a little bit of changing and some belting. And so I've saved a bunch of old rubber belts over the years. And people are like, why you got all these belts? Because one of these days I might need them. And I don't know which one's going to work where. And it might have to be a combination, but I've got a bunch of pulleys and rods and stuff like that. And I envision if I ever need to go there, I could do it. I could rig up some stuff. Now, I might have a station to where there are a couple of pulleys, and I might move, I might have a bandsaw, and then use it. But if I want to use another piece of equipment, I might move the bandsaw and put another thing in that place. I might not have enough to do a whole shop like I was talking about, but I could make a station to where I could run something here, and if I needed, I could move that down and put something else in place. So I can see if I ever had to. Hey, Tracy B. Hey, Hawk, we have Soul Steam Works, Railroad Town. Yeah. So neat to watch them in action. Yeah. And up in North Georgia, up around Dalton and some other places, anyway, there are places up there that do carpets and jeans and stuff like that. Anyway, they need steam. So they've been using tree bark and sawdust to fuel their boilers. And over in Coolidge, where I was at this afternoon, a couple miles south towards Thomasville, is a company called Hearst Boiler, and they sell boilers all around the world and have for a long time. Hearst Boiler's been there, I don't know, 50 years. So my brother worked there as a welder. I almost worked there, but they don't need draftsmen for much, you know. So it was like, yeah, they've got 2 or 3 now. They don't need another one. So, but anyway, and I know people who put boilers in. I did work for a boiler factory for a while down in Thomasville for almost a year, and drew up their whatever they needed for their. I was their drafts person for whatever they needed. So I'd say, I need something to look like this, and I need a detail like that. And okay. And sometimes they'd build something, and then they'd tell me I had to go out and measure it and make a drawing of it. They knew what they needed, and the guy who laid it out had laid them out before, but they didn't have drawings. So I waited until they got done, and then I made the drawings. But anyway, that was why I was hired, was to fix that. So they had drawings on everything. Oh, and that was back in the day before they had computers. So I was still doing it by hand on paper. So, but anyway, so converting and this idea of living off the land. So native people, you know, they're used to taking a sponge bath, you know, and are grateful, you know, where other people, if they can't stand under the shower for 10 minutes with hot, steamy water, you know, and I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm not saying you can't have hot water, but there's a lot of people that say, well, you know, I can serve. And no, you don't. Well, yes, I do. I'm like, you've been in the shower for 10 minutes. That's not conserving. I'll turn on the water and get nice and wet and everything, and then turn the water off and lather up and do all the business, scrub, and then turn it off, rinse off. And that's conserving water. I can be in the shower for 10 minutes, but the water ain't running that whole time. I can't do it. I've gotten so bad that if somebody had 1 million gallons of water, I would still do it that way, because I just see no sense in wasting it ever. I mean, it's my respect to the earth. It's what I do. It's something simple, but I respect the water, and I don't need it. I'm just not going to stand here for 10 or 15 minutes under the shower. It feels good. Don't get me wrong. But man, I'll just go, man, okay, that's enough. Let me respect the water and turn it off. You know, well, you can go ahead. No. I've had enough. You know, Mother Earth and the sky, whatever, however the water got there, I'm content. I'm happy, you know, and I just, in my own understanding and my own walk and my own path, I have to respect all things, you know. And so, but anyway, and other people, you know, they think they are, and maybe in their minds they are, but how many gallons do you really use a day? You know, but anyway, but the respect goes deeper. And for me, it is religious. And so that's why my family thinks I'm kooky. There you go. That's the end of that one, you know. There's all these people that I know. This is a joke. You know, many of them are sick and many of them tired, and I'm just sick and tired of these people. That maybe it came out right. But I got a really bad, sneaky feeling, though, that we have somehow cosmically, energetically, or whatever, the boat people have crossed a line. And, you know, there are all of us and some other of us. So need to walk. Okay. Um, the more we understand, and the more when you turn on the sink, you go, wait a minute, do I need to let it run? Or do I need to just turn it on for a minute? So when you pick up that awareness of what you're doing, you have crossed into the good zone. You know what I mean? Because then Mother Earth is going to sense you going, I just don't need to let this water run. I'm going to turn it on, turn it back off. I use a pan in the bottom of the water in the sink. And so I put water in the pan and rinse and things. And if something's dirty and nasty and I want to rinse off some of the dirty and nasty, I'll use it in slightly dirty, nasty water. And then I'll rinse it in good, clean water. So, but, there's no sense in using good, clean water to wash the thing if you got semi-clean that you're washing several things. But anyway, I mean, I've seen people wash their dishes in the sink and then stick the damn place in a dishwasher. Isn't it clean enough? No, it goes through this air drying thing. What? Wiping it with a towel ain't air drying it? Well, no, it goes through this special cycle. I've lived all my life without a damn dishwasher. I'm the dishwasher. I have gotten lazy, but I try to keep up. This is how I keep up. I don't dirty things to begin with if I don't need them. So, and then as soon as I dirty them, I wash them right away. So I learned that long ago. Don't sit them in the sink and don't put them off to the side. When you're done with whatever it is you cooked with and you've emptied it or put it in the bowl, rinse it right then, right now while it's still warm. And there you go. It's done. And for my frying pans, a little bit of oil right away. But anyway, hey, Tracy, my family does too. They say, oh, that's what Tracy was talking about. Put it on Safari. That's an inside joke. But anyway, one of the two things, the point to bring out about the shots. It ain't me, babe. No, it ain't me, babe. It ain't me you're looking for, babe. Anyway, little Jewish kid, Mr. Bob Dylan. They say we're young and we don't know. Won't find out till we've grown. While that's true, we don't have a lot, but at least I'm sure of all the things we got. Babe, I got you, babe. Anyway, but so in this understanding of the world and spirituality, so with the prophecy, I'm still kind of on that track for this video. Now, do I think it's going to come true? I think it already has. A lot of it has come true. And I have been worried about this for me ever since I started, homesteading down here. I was concerned then, almost 40 years ago, that mankind was going down the wrong place. In some ways, he made some corrections, because one of my issues was how they in North Tampa on the Hillsborough River, we used to go all the time. How development was eating it up, and I moved out, but not too long after that, they made some of those areas where we used to go into a wildlife preserve, and there were people in Tampa that said, "Oh hell no." So there were good things that came. There are people and have been people that stand up. My friend Serge, this is for you. He worked hard with different communities and so forth, to try to work on the wildlife. Down in Panacea, there is a used to go down there and volunteer. Um, it's like a wildlife. They have sea turtles and stingrays, manta rays, and different things. It's a museum, but they go out and collect fish and samples and from the Gulf, and then sell them to universities. That's sort of how they. So if somebody wants some shrimp or something, then they would literally go out and fish for that and bring it in, keep it in saltwater containers and so forth, and then ship it or whatever to a university if they were studying something. So, but also keeping an eye on marine life. So I have known them in and out, used to go down there all the time. And when Serge moved down to the coast, he was in and out over there at Panacea all the time because it's a lot closer. So there are good people doing good things, and there are people who volunteer to help out simply because it's marine life. So I say that there are people who would look at me and go, well, what do you know about this? Well, because I work with these people that literally still do this down there at Panacea. I can't remember the place, but anyway, been there and was making drawings, and we were making suggestions. They were putting in a new plumbing system so that they literally were going to pump in fresh seawater because some of their land was right next to and so they were going to bury a pipe out into the ocean so they could pipe in fresh seawater and flush it through the tanks with all the sea critters and everything, and then have another return pipe go, put in the same trench. So it was one dig, an inlet into the system, and then pipe back out into the ocean. So they were getting true salt water from the bay. But anyway, so I was working on that, and they needed drawings, so they knew where the pipes were and where the connectors were and all this kind of stuff. So I was doing the drawings for them. But anyway, so people are crazy, I tell you. But anyway, so I've worked in all different kinds of fields and, worked with the sea creatures and, worked down on the bay and grew up in Tampa around the ocean we were all the time out on the causeway, Courtney Campbell Causeway. I've heard that you can't even go down it anymore. But anyway, back in the day, it was fun and it wasn't polluted. It still stank at low tide, but it wasn't polluted. Used to fish under the bridges at night and go crabbing. It was great for blue crab. But oh my, how things have changed. But here's the bottom line to stay with the topic of this. The first, right off the bat, when the boat people, when the light skinned, poison the waters and the fish are no longer edible, that's the beginning of the end. But through all this, mankind's always had the choice to change. So I think we're at a point where there could be change, but there are going to be a lot of stuff. They're going to have to change their lives. We cannot sustain this current level of water usage, of sewage treatment, we can't do it. People are gonna have to change. And it ain't me. Mother Earth's gonna say, I was on Lake Mead, like I've said many times before. It was great jet skiing out there on that thing. It was so much fun. It's one of my best memories. Was jet skiing on Lake Mead up there above the dam. And we literally got off and hung from the cable that said, don't go past this point. And, we were hanging on it, going, look, we're hanging from the cable right up above the, the dam, man. Anyway, had a ball. So to see it 136 feet lower all these years later, and I'm glad I got to see it full. I'm glad I got to play on it when it was what it was. But that's how Mother Earth is trying to teach people. You are overusing the resources, period. Now, I'll tell you what, the farmers around here, a lot of them use this drip irrigation. So they make beds and they lay a pipe down in it that's got holes in it. And it gets, and they plant the plants right on top of it. So they don't have to water the whole place. Guess why? Because the water's limited here. They still have central irrigation system and stuff like that. But they learned years ago through the drought that you can't do that with the water and survive. So they have switched their systems around here to there's, acres of plastic pipe buried that feeds the rows versus them trying to pump it and do all this other, overhead irrigation. I'm in everywhere, man. Yep. That's about all I remember of the song, but I remember the tune, Johnny Cash. How high is the water, mama? She said it's 3 feet high and rising. How high is the water, papa? He said it's 3 feet high and rising. Oh my God, my trashing neighbors have 9 bags of trash every 5 days. So wasteful. Yeah, I mean, and here's something to me. Now, I don't know. I know some families who refuse to eat leftovers. And to me, leftover spaghetti the next day is the best spaghetti. I mean, just eat it cold out of the refrigerator. It's like, oh my God. And these people will throw out. Now, if they got a dog, it'll go to the dog. But, they will throw out whatever they don't eat at the end of a meal because they don't want to put it in. They don't want to, it's a leftover. Now I can see if like there's a piece of squash and ain't nobody going to eat it. Yeah. But I mean, I have been around folks and I go, what you doing with that? They we're literally dumping it in the garbage can. I go, wait, have you got to put it in a plastic bag? I'll take it home and eat it. What? What do you mean? I said, just dump it in a plastic bag. I'll take it up. So I ended up with 3 or 4 plastic bags of a little bit of stuff. And I ate for 2 days on what she was going to throw in the garbage. And I was like, no. And not that I don't, that I'm out of food. That ain't, well, back then I was sort of out of food. But I was like, no, but you're going to dump it in the garbage. I have eaten out of the garbage. Okay. No, please. I'll take it first. Any leftovers, it'll probably go in the septic tank, but So, but anyway, there are things that socially, hey, Richard. Yeah, leftover chili. Yeah, absolutely. Don't use oh my God. And so they're always throwing shit away. Yeah, I know people like that, Delaney. I have known people like that. Well, just get a plastic plate. No, I'll wash it. Well, what do you, and they've got more garbage. You're absolutely right. My dear friend Marcia recently passed away. I loved her to death, but she had a tendency to be that way. For one person and a cat, and sometimes a visitor, she would have garbage bags full of garbage. And my garbage is contained in a plastic Dollar General bag, or those small bags. So I use those as my garbage bags. So every couple of days, and it's mostly cans from feeding the cats and the dog. And a can or two for me, or depending on what I'm eating. Um, and I don't fill up 3 of those bags a week. 3 of those bags a week would be a lot for me. Now I do burn some papers and things, but still, I only put this much in the bottom of that big garbage can every week, But because I'm old and I get my garbage dumped for free, but people spring cleaning, throwing things out during COVID. I've been saving everything I can. I don't understand it. Yeah, the city refuses to do anything about it. Yeah, they won't. Well, a lot of times. Alarm goes off every meal. I know some folks like that. And I worked on a lady's house many, many, many years ago. I mean, it was back when the medicine man was staying with me because we both worked on the house. But she had wire patched into her house that how that house didn't burn down. Now I jury rigged it, but I jury rigged it right. I used the right size wire. I put it in the right kind of panel, even though I had a 200 amp panel that was sharing a 60 amp panel. It was still carry the load. It didn't break. It didn't throw any breakers or anything. I made sure there was the right size breakers for what was in the house and so forth. But here, I talked to her the other day, and she goes, "I need somebody to come fix this because something, 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 and it's going to cost me $500." And I said, "Yeah, probably. That's what electricians charge for this." And they have to, the what used to the rural electric companies used to provide or at least help with, they don't do now because of Georgia laws and all this other kind of stuff. So, but anyway, good business for the electricians, let me tell you. But everything has to be certified before and after, and everything has to be checked, and they have to put in new ground rods and all this other kind of stuff because they don't trust what's in the ground. They'll make you pull a ground rod up to make sure that it's long enough. I'm like, what? Yeah, I don't know how long it is. It could only be 2 feet long. It needs to be, 8 feet long or whatever. I got a ground rod leaning up against the shed. And I was like, are you kidding? No, pull it up. We want to see it. We want to see it, make sure it's long enough. I mean, they're that nuts now because of code and trailers burning down and things like that. And it's an electrical short. And sometimes that's true. But anyway, this house was built back in the 50s kind of thing, or maybe the early 60s, but probably in the 50s. And it was just kind of tossed up, 60 amp breaker box. And they're trying to run air conditioners and 3 or 4 windows and stuff. It just wasn't built for that. Yeah, carry the load. But anyway, and Delaney, I'm Section 8 dirt. Oh my God. That's one of the things that I've been dealing with for myself. Now I collected all this scrap metal and all this wood and everything with good intentions, but over the years, a lot of the wood is rotted. Termites have gotten in some of it. Some of the scrap metal that I have, I've sold as scrap metal. At least it went somewhere for a reason. But there are other things that I was going to use and things I've collected in the shop that's just going in the garbage, I've tried if I could recycle it, but it's too hard to recycle stuff around here anymore. Although the price of copper has gone up and so has aluminum. So all this aluminum I have around, if I ever need a little extra cash, all I got to do is collect it. But anyway, so I've got all this pieces of metal and stuff, but I'm not dead yet. And I had little projects and little wheels and turning things. And like I would really like to set up a steam engine isn't quite right, but in a way it is, because I need some kind of piston or something and a wheel that'll turn that'll give me power. And but I want it to be really simple, But I've got some old flywheels off some stuff and some big pulleys and parts off of washing machines that so that I could use for that kind of thing. So, but anyway, so some of that stuff it's nasty. It's in the backyard. It's behind the shed, and but I'm not ready to quite give up some of that yet. But there's other things that are definitely going. But anyway, but in respect to Mother Earth, I have collected things to try to repurpose them, and it is turned into junk. But there's still some good in some of these things. But so I'm all for if you can repurpose something, and there are so many people that throw perfectly good stuff out simply because they're tired of it. They just don't want it anymore. Now I threw away 4 computers, and I've got computers upstairs, and I've got parts and pieces. And the thing is that when I go through and look at computers now, where I used to buy motherboards and things like that, nothing that I have is compatible with any of the new stuff. So then why should I even try to fool with something that's even 5 years old when a lot of that's already obsolete and stuff like that? So, but anyway, so I've had to rethink why I have some of this stuff, and the reasons I have them now are not valid, because I can't use them for anything. Well, if something goes out, I can replace it. Well, yeah, if the motherboard, well, they don't sell those kind of motherboards anymore. So if I buy a new motherboard, then none of the connectors and none of the stuff, that's all, oh crap. So everything I have, even if I had a motherboard, would still be obsolete. So it's just junk now. It had a value at one time. But so some of these things, though, I'm going to keep simply because they have electrical components in them that I can take off capacitors and resistors and transformers and all kinds of things and use them electronically someplace else. But I don't have to keep the whole computer. All I need is just the board, and it takes up a lot less space, easier to control, blah, blah, blah. So, but in my thinking of things, you know, times have changed, the conditions have changed. So what was valid a couple of years ago just ain't valid now. So we have to roll with the punches, whatever is coming our way. And we take it, we can, you know. So, but of all the things that I can chat about, and for those people, it's 211. Yep. For all those people that do, like Delaney says, the hoarders and using paper plates or plastic or you know, styrofoam plates all the time and that kind of stuff, and people who just absolutely waste so much. I mean, when we were down on the Ochlockonee River putting in, while we were down there at the bridge, somebody rode by and threw a can in, over the side of the bridge and landed in the water while we were there under the bridge. Now, and they sort of know we're there and threw the can anyway. And I was like, you know, that's just a redneck for you. But I got to say that years ago, a long time ago, I did the same thing. And I, you know, so I have learned, wait a minute, that can, now that I live on a river, if somebody throws a can in at the bridge upstream from me, that bitch ends up in my backyard. I literally have gone through the woods and picked up bags full of aluminum cans that float into my backyard. And the neighbors too, you know, it depends on where they end up. You know, bottles, tennis shoes, all kinds of stuff in my backyard that has come from upstream down. So I'm very much aware of people just throwing shit in the ditch or, oh, this is fun, I'll throw this bottle off the bridge. It ends up in somebody's backyard. And sometimes it's mine if they throw it off this bridge. But anywhere upstream from me that gets washed in, thrown in, or otherwise, if it could stay in somebody else's yard for a while. But if it floods enough and conditions, so what could be upstream for 3 or 4 years could get lodged loose in a flood and still end up in my backyard. And if I didn't pick it up, it end up in somebody else's backyard. It just is what it is. Nature trying to flush itself, you know. I'll take pics and post tomorrow. It's ridiculous now this summer again. Maggoty trash. Yep. Yeah, for most people's standards, I'm probably pretty dirty. Um, but there's nothing stanky. There's nothing rotting. There's nothing, you know what I mean? Uh, I've got some old plywood that I use for a countertop, but I'm always washing it and scrubbing it, and I always use a cutting board on top of it. So anything I prepare. So, and the thing is that I've had, my kitchen's been like that for the last 4 years or so. And in the last 4 years or so, I ain't got sick. I'm careful with, with when I handle meat or something, I wash my hands. And, so there are people who go, I can't see how you live in them conditions. You'd be sick all the time. I'm not, so I know how to prepare things. And is it perfectly clean and stuff? No. But, you know, I'm, I kind of sort of, I'm at home around a campfire. So, this is a big step up for me. But for other people, they might go, oh, I just don't see how you live like this. And okay, it is what it is. Been just doing energy work. There is an energy shift, a spin to the right. And your motherboard is more like a great, great, great grandmother board. Yeah, I got that now. I missed that. But to the point, though, as I'm relearning electronics in my older age as a side hobby, I've taken a bunch of motherboards and I'm learning how to desolder. Okay, so I'm learning to desolder so I can fix a TV in there, kind of thing, and I'm going to practice on something that I don't care if I burn it up or not. So I'm practicing with these old boards, but at the same time, I'm checking the capacitors and I'm checking the resistors and so forth. And if they're good, then I'm saving them because I can see projects down the road where I want to be able to, either drop voltage like from 12 volts, from 24 volts to 12 volts. And I want to build my own little rectifier thingies and whatever it is, I need. And if I want to drop something, so I want to be able to have uh, connectors and I make my own board, but in that, so I could have 24 volts here and a couple of things here with 12 volts and a couple of things over here with maybe 6 volts and a couple of things now with 5 volts, which is USB kind of thing. So it's like through all of that, 4:15. Yep, I'm going to call it quits here in a few minutes. I still have packing and things to do. I, it's Friday now here, and my sister's going to be here, 18, well, 24, and 36 hours kind of thing. So I still haven't packed, but I only need a couple of pairs of jeans and some things. I'm debating, like, do I want to take my drum? And I'm thinking maybe, do I want to take my flute and some of my Indian stuff? And my brain's going, yeah, maybe, okay. So I think there's a couple of things that I haven't packed yet that I've been considering, but I have been cleaning out. So when it comes time for me to do the packing, I have a clean thing. So anyway, I'm going to fire up with you one time and leave you to it because I got to go potty. And I have other things to do. But since we're going to be in Ohio, so close to Serpent Mound, I'm going to, I'll give my sister money if we, and it's not much of a detour. It's kind of sort of on the way. The problem is there's some backcountry roads, and you don't drive 65 on them. You drive 50, 55. But the thing is they're country roads out, and I've never been through Southern Ohio like that. So it's like get a chance to see the state, and also get the opportunity. Thank you, Barry, and thank you everybody for showing up. We were riding the wave. Yeah, I was thinking of practicing soldering. I need some done on my Honda dash clock. Yeah. There are plenty of um, old radio. I mean, I'm sure you can find something that's got a circuit board in it. I mean, even these little solar, I've got a gazillion of these solar, the lights in the yard, but there are step down transformers in there. There's diodes and stuff. And every one of those things has got a little circuit board, inside the top, along with the little solar panel on the yard lights. So I got a bunch of them. And I've been experimenting with, I did some experimentation with them. But, as far as throwing them away, if they're not rusted out or anything like that, they still got good components in them. And you could probably get a rechargeable battery and they would probably work again. But anyway, and you would know what the value is, because whatever the solar collector is versus what gets to the battery. And then inside every one of those little yard lights is a switch, because it has to know when the sun goes down and the light to come on. So there's these controllers in this little tiny circuit board, and every one of them $1, $2 lights, every single one of them solar collector yard lights has got a little chip circuit board on top. And it's got a voltage regulator in it, and it's got a diode and a couple other things. But to the point, though, you can practice on something like that. Now, let me give you a tip. I don't have one, but I need one, and that's a desoldering bulb. They also make these pens. So you can get the solder liquid, but you got to get it off. And I've had several people who were in their lifetime worked on circuit boards. I'll do another one. It's 2:20 here. And time for a refill. But everybody who's anybody has their own favorite desoldering bulb or something like that. And if you don't have a bulb, desoldering something can be a real pain in the Snickers. The other thing too is that I've learned from some people. There's a guy, Tampa Tech guy, on YouTube, and I've watched him over the years. And not lately, but if you go to his channel, Tampa Tech, I think it's TEC or TEC anyway, Tampa Tech. And I haven't met him, but he's really personable on camera when he's there. But he has taken apart many things and shown them about capacitors. He taught me a lot, let me tell you, just watching him. And so there are folks out there who do honest repair work for a living, and they videotape what they do. So, but the Tampa Tech guy, some of his older videos, really, really good. Different TVs, Samsung of this kind, of that kind. It's 4:20 in Australia. All right, this one is for all you Sheilas out there in the down under. As the man who spoke with a list would say, them Thielas. That's a bad inside joke. But anyway, I wanted to come and visit with y'all tonight. As for those of you who are still here, thank you, Barry, everybody, Julianne, all y'all, David Castle, as always. But we're going to be staying in a motel or two in and around Dayton. And we're going to be staying with a couple other folks too, but I don't know if they have Wi-Fi. But I do know that about this time next week, we'll be in Dayton and in a motel, and they have free Wi-Fi. So, and then going to go to the United States Air Force Museum. So that there are 3 or 4 places we could stay that are like within a mile of the place. So very convenient, lots of places to eat. And I've noticed looking on, and for the city of Dayton, they don't have any indoor dining. I don't, if there is any, it's very rare. Everything's takeout, no matter what kind of dining it is, whether it's a steakhouse or the Waffle House or whatever it is, it's all takeout. What is up with you, Duggar? That was interesting. So anyway, it's going to be an interesting trip to see how people react in all the states we're going to be in. You know, we'll be in, of course, in Georgia and in Tennessee and then Kentucky and then Ohio. So we'll be passing through Kentucky, but still, but then in Ohio. So how it is up there and how it is down here ain't the same. But they just lifted the indoor mask, it said, at the museum, in the Air Force Museum, if you've had, or if you've been vaccinated. Now, my question is this: if I go in and they say put on a mask, and I go, well, I've been vaccinated, are they just going to go, oh, okay, or are they going to say prove it? And I don't know whether or not I want to push that. You know what I mean? Because I'd really like to go, but at the same time, is there a piece of paper I'm supposed to have? Now my daughter's mama just had her second shot today, and she was complaining to me before I did this video. Well, earlier on this evening, but still before I did this video, how bad her arm was hurting after this second shot, and what the nurse had told her about, and she could feel dizzy, and she could get a fever, and that she might even feel nauseated, and her arm would hurt for a while. And what? And she goes, now I know she's a little bit of a wuss in some things, but she goes, David, my arm really hurts from that shot. And I didn't want to say a word, not a word. Well, I had to get it. They said I had to get it because she has to go to the heart doctor and all this kind of thing. And, and I'm like, so I will continue my prayers for folks. Everything open here now. No masks are required in Kentucky. Right. And you're in Ashland. Is that right? So let's see, Monday. I guess it'll be Tuesday. We're going to be making the journey from Ohio south to Tennessee. I think it's Tuesday, because we're going to stay with my sister on Saturday. Then Sunday we got a picnic thing with everybody getting together, or at least the all brothers and sisters right there. On Sunday, and then Monday, maybe it's Monday we're leaving. I don't know. We're either going to be leaving Monday to go south, or it's going to be Tuesday morning. I'm not sure on that, David. Ashland, right? We're going to go right through there on 23. I can catch 23 up in Ohio and come across down through Portsmouth. Since you're in that area, we came through a town, and I would have swore it's Portsmouth, and it was I think it was on the Ohio side, and there are murals all down one street. Is that Portsmouth? Do you know, David? I've got pictures somewhere on a hard drive, but it is. Okay, just before you cross the bridge, I remember there's all those murals and stuff painted on that. Anyway, okay, cool. Yeah, because I was like, and talking to my sister, it's like, look, I've been this way, and that's the truth. And we've made this journey, and it wasn't bad. And instead of going all the way over to the interstate and going through Cincinnati and all that crap, no, let's just keep driving south through the state. To me, when you look at distance on the map and you got to go, 75 miles west or more or whatever, I'd rather go 70 miles south and be closer to home. You know what I mean? But anyway, that's just in my head. So it's going to be a wonderful time. I've talked to my sister just the other day, and she's got some stuff, and I got some stuff, and we agreed between the two of us that no matter what happened with anybody else, the two of us was going to have a good time, you know. And we were going to roll down the window, and we were going to go. Of course, we're going through the mountains. Now, I haven't talked to her about my new plan, but where my niece lives up there near Newport, I think it is up there near Cosby and up there. Anyway, sort of up near Knoxville, but right on the state Tennessee, North Carolina border. And I'm taking my hammock and my air mattress. And if somebody doesn't have enough space in the house, I'm going to find 2 trees out back. And if I'm back up in them mountains, oh my God, if it ain't raining, I might stay even if it was raining, which I need to get a tarp. But anyway, so the idea though that if I would have known how strict some of these hotel motels were, although I looked around Dayton and there aren't any real state parks. There are some state parks away from Dayton, but nothing right there around or near or anything like that was even anywhere near convenient. But at 100 and something bucks a night, like at a 3-star, hotel motel, okay, I don't really care if we have breakfast or not. Yeah, you agree with me? You got in here late, but we're going to come like within 40 miles of Serpent Mound. And I was going to go through Chillicothe because my grandson lives near there and try to hook up with him on our way down. But that might not happen. So it's like, okay. But we're going to be so close to Serpent Mound. It's like, I got to go. I will convince my sister, please, Jesus. And so, listen, David, I should be able to get online by this time next week and see how things are going, see what the weather's like and all that kind of stuff. I will have had a chance to talk with my sister about going to Serpent Mound, and she might go, oh yeah, that sounds really cool. So it's not that she's so hard to convince, but sometimes people just want to get from point A to point B, period. And I know these people, they will drive 50 miles out of the way to get to an interstate so they can drive 70, 75 miles an hour. When I'm just as fine to drive through the country at 55 or 60. And some of these highways are, they're 4-lane. They're really nice. Some of them not necessarily divided highways, but they're really nice highways. And you can go 60, 65, no problem. Not a lot of traffic. And I've been down through Kentucky that way from up there in Ashland. And I've come down that section of the state before. And but then cut over to 75. So I want to make the drive again, So, and it doesn't mean we have to go out of our way just to get to the interstate. So that's what I just want to show my sister. And in the meantime, we're going to go through some of the prettiest parts of the Smoky Mountains, right near Clingman's Dome. And I can't remember the name of the gap, but where you come out of Tennessee and cross over into North Carolina. I've been there several times. And at sundown, oh my God, it is just And the view, there's another mountain. Well, it's like 5,800 feet. Um, I think Klingman's Dome's like 6,000 feet. They're not really tall, but for around here they are. Um, I can't. But anyway, I was up there many moons ago, about this same time of year, with my son and his cousin Derek, my sister's boy, Derek, the oldest. Or is Jennifer the oldest? Anyway, I think Derek's older. But anyway, so we went and in my little Datsun, and on the way back over from the Tennessee side to the North Carolina side, we stopped at this rest area and overlook, and I lifted the hood. I was having issues with my carburetor, and I come to find out that all the bolts had worked loose from the top of my carburetor. Now I'm a mechanic. I know how to tighten a damn bolt, and how every bolt came loose off that carburetor. So as the sun's going down, there's a park ranger there bitching me out. He goes, "You can't be here after sundown." And I looked at him and I said, "Sir, do you see that my carburetor is in pieces in my hands? We barely made it here. I have to put this back together again. I'm going to do it as quickly as I can, and then I'm out of here. We'll coast down the other side. I cannot drive this vehicle with the top half of the carburetor in my hands. The bolts have fallen out. I don't know. It's like somebody took the bolts out while we went on a hike or something." And and I said, I gotta, I'm jury rigged it together to get us to the, down the mountain to the North Carolina side. But he was, you have to leave. And I'm like, dude, you gotta go. It's sundown. Okay. You can't stay here. Okay. Yeah, I'm the park ranger up there, but I mean, he was just like, and I was like, "Sir, give me 20 minutes. It's sundown. Sir, I can't move the car. It's pointed downhill in the parking spot. You and me both ain't gonna push it back up this hill. And the only way I'm leaving is if you help me push the vehicle down the hill. And then I'm still gonna be in the parking lot, Well, you have to leave." And I said, "Where am I gonna go?" My two boys, we'd just hiked a bunch of distance, and we were all tired and headed back home to a campsite. And he was just adamant about, you must leave. So, but anyway, yeah, but I would like to go to that same spot because the view from there is just absolutely gorgeous. And if it's on our way home, why not? You know what I'm saying? So that's the other thing I'm going to talk my sister into. But Serpent Mount with the flute and the drum, not sure how anyone there would take it, but I would take it anyway. And we just have to see, But anyway, I know it's a long journey from where we're going to be up in Ohio down to where we need to be in Tennessee. And so, don't want to overdo it, but at the same time, when are we going to get another chance to do this, my sister? So that's going to be my thing. Honey, I might not be alive in another 2 or 3 years to make this journey if it takes me that long. And, I'm here now, by God. Let's do this. I'll drive, I am still fit to drive. I mean, I'm still a good driver. I've never hit anybody or anything like that. It's usually been a mechanical failure. I have lots of deer have hit me. It will be an awesome adventure, Hawkeye. Yes, it will, David, in a lot of different ways. I mean, like I was telling my sister, I said, you and I are going to smoke. And no matter what else is going on, we're going to have a good time. If somebody doesn't like us or whatever, we're only going to be there for a day or so. It's okay. You don't have to love us, like us, or whatever. We're just stopping by to say hi. There's no long-term commit. We're not getting married or nothing, So it's like, but you and I are going to spend 2 weeks together and we're just going to have fun. And so I'm going to push my sister's buttons whenever I can to let's have fun, and not be outrageous or whatever. But she told me, she goes, "You're bringing your swimming trunks, right?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And so, why you say that? And she goes, "Well, you know, down from Mary's house, her daughter, she said we might go down to the river." And I was like, "Yeah, of course, if I just go sit in it or put my feet in it, oh yeah, mountain water, oh hell yeah, Um, and especially they would take us to a place where, like, because they lived there, they would know the secret places to go that not everybody knows about, kind of thing. And so it's like, oh yeah, we're going to stay there a couple of days. You betcha. So, but if we can take another 2 hours or so and go by Serpent Mound, I think spiritually, um, and the reason I say this is because for those of you who've been with me back a few years when I took my last trip to Ohio, and I did a video about the blue orbs at the petroglyph site that is in that same area, south of Chillicothe. It's called the Petroglyphs of Ohio or something like that anyway. And they're very ancient. And I mean, really old. And that's where I took some really crazy pictures of all the orbs were very close to the same color. And David Castle, the almost the color of your avatar thing. Okay. It's that color. And I did a video, I showed pictures and that kind of thing. I guess it's still out there. And I need to find those pictures, but that's also where I was contacted by this sort of interdimensional, possibly space being linked thing that was also linked to all of the ethereal spirits, especially in that area. But that trip to Ohio really changed my overview of things when I saw what I took pictures of, and all these blue orbs were just surrounding me. And it's hard to ignore what's happening to you when you got a picture of it. You know what I'm saying? So, with that understanding, though, so I've been to the petroglyphs, which I would love to go visit again, but there ain't enough time for that. But if I was going to make my choice, since I've been to the petroglyphs, I really want to go to Serpent Mounds. And it's doable, 20, 30 miles out of the way, not a big deal, but the roads are narrow and it's out in the country and they're a little slower to drive, but still you're going south. So, but anyway, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Life is a daring adventure, nothing at all. Yeah. And that's what I was going to do. Jody brought up this subject and I wanted to do it before I left for Ohio. But it's like, I had this title earlier. It was something about the adventures of Hawkeye Two Feathers and his quest for the something, his whatever. And I was like, but what am I questing? Well, it is an adventure, and I'm on a quest to get to Ohio and back and make it. And the quest though is to maybe meet a dragon along the way. Maybe see some spirits. Okay. Maybe, just be in the mountains again, like I used to go 2 or 3 times a year and haven't been in so long. So to be able to, reintroduce myself to the mountains again, where I used to go all the time. There are places and stuff that I could take you that very few people have ever been. But anyway, and that are really cool. Just up in the national forest. So, have seen some kind of fairy there in the Chattahoochee National Forest one summer about this time of year. We were camped up there, and there were these white glowy things that just were all along the side of the mountain. It was really weird, interesting, but it was kind of creepy at the same time. And so now I realized it was sort of some type of ethereal, whether they were fairies or nymphs or something, but there was a bunch of them all on the side of this mountain glowing, and they weren't attached. They were floating. It was great. And it was like, I looked at my partner at the time and said, "Do you see that?" She was like, "Yeah." And at the same time, here's another weird thing. We were camped beside this little spot, and we were both broke, but we made the trip up there. And she was looking at me, and I looked at her, and it was like, man, I really wish we'd had something to smoke, but we didn't have any connections, didn't have money, So we came up anyway, went to the mountains anyway. Looked down on the ground, and here's this joint about this long. And she looked at me, and I looked at her, and I went, "Is that what I think it is?" And picked it up and looked down, and it was like, oh my God. So we stood there and fired up this joint, the rest of this joint there, where we were camping, and watched these fairy things go up the side of the mountain and travel around. It was wild. And we saw them before we got stoned, but being stoned and watching them was like even more trippy, But anyway, yeah, me and my friend Tim, we were coming back from a puppet show up in Tennessee. And on the way back, we always took an adventure. So we came back through this back way from Tullahoma down through, I don't know, went into North Georgia. I could show you on a map kind of thing. But we went down this road, and it ended up going up a mountain around this way. And we went up this mountain to this lookout and pulled over just to look. It was beautiful looking back up into Tennessee from Georgia. And a little 2-lane road. It was a nice, and way off the beaten path kind of thing. And really glad that we had went there. And me and my friend Tim were talking about, I said, the only thing that would make this better is if we had a joint. And I was like, yeah. So we're standing there looking down over the railing, looking down, and there below us are 2 half joints that somebody were puffing on and dropped over the edge. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I went, you just can't make this shit up. So he crawled down there and picked up those 2 pieces of joint and came back up. We sat there and smoked one, and then some people came, and I looked at him, I said, now, to anybody else, but there are times when I say they're asking, you shall receive. I mean, we're out in the outback. I'm not sure if we were in Georgia or not. We were in really southern Tennessee for sure. On this little mountain that went back up and around. It was a beautiful ride. Just stopped at this little, overlook there. And sure wish we had a joint. Oh my God. Look down and oh my God, is anybody looking? No. Okay. Climbed under, get it. Oh my God. So there have been some, for me, I talk about all kinds of stuff, right? But it's the truth, because I can't make this up, because I can see the road in my head. I can see you had to pull off to the left, and there was, I could see the spot in my head. And if I ever get back up that way, I'd love to go back down that road. But the overlook and everything, it was just beautiful through there. Not really high mountains, but, reminded me of the Ozarks, actually. So it was just nice to be on a road less traveled that had such beauty, and, you could just stop and admire it, for free, and find a joint along the way. But, there's been so many times it's like the damnedest thing will happen when you least expect it. But Michelle, life is a daring adventure or nothing at all. Yes. And the adventure is also what you make it. Okay. But the idea, though, that, you can just be in some obscure place and, we didn't have any money and we didn't have a connection and don't like to travel with much anyway, But I would have if I'd had it. But it was like didn't have anything. So on the way back, I think we had a little bit to smoke on the way up to Tennessee. But we were out by the time because I spent a day and a half, 2 days in Tennessee. Well, we got there one night, got up the next morning, set up, did our thing, tore down, and spent the night and got up the next morning. So we spent 2 nights up there. So on the way back, it's like, really, it would be nice if we had something to smoke, blah, blah, blah. There you go, right there. It was like, wow. So, but anyway, and we've had, Tim and he was the gentleman that was with me when that accident happened and the gentleman's leg had been cut off in that truck accident. It was a truck, but it was a vehicle accident. He's the one that pulled him out of the vehicle and put out the fire while I was trying to phone 911 and give him directions because he didn't know. But anyway, but between us, we worked on him. But so we had quite a few adventures and him traveling with me doing puppet shows and stuff. And we'd done several shows, we'd done several theater productions together. But anyway, but the coincidences that we had at times when he and I were doing stuff, it was just strange. Now, I've had those coincidences on my own, but I don't know I don't know necessarily if he was lucky per se, but we worked really good as a team, and it's been a few years since I've seen him, and I kind of miss him. But anyway, so another 30 minutes as I was going to shut up. But so anyway, I love you all. And David, I will somehow get online and do a live stream and see if I can get in touch with you. Do I have your email? Have you sent me an email before? Let me put my email in here because I don't want to exchange my sister's phone number in here without her permission, kind of thing. So it's a Tampa number, so it would be an 813 extension. But regardless, it'd be nice just to have a cup of coffee with you and at least meet you. And if there's any place to eat through there, because if we make the drive from Russell Point down through the state, an hour or so there at Serpent Mound, and then into Portsmouth, and then down around by the time we get to Ashland, we're going to be looking for some place to eat. Okay. So if there's any place to eat that's good takeout or something, I'll treat you to dinner. We can stop and get something to eat and shake hands and whatever, knowing that we can't stay long, you know what I mean? Because we got a long trip that day. But I would surely like to stop by. You got my email address? I was going to type it in. Do you need my email? I'll type it in the chat. It ain't no secret anymore, but neither is my phone number really. And if for any reason, all you got to do is look up the Moultrie directory for David Null. I'm in the directory in Colquitt County down here in Moultrie. Don't look me up in Meigs. Meigs is in another county. I live, and my phone number is actually Funston 941, but I'm in the Moultrie directory. So because I have a landline. And I was thinking about getting a cell phone. I'm like, nah, I could always get one. I'm taking all the phone numbers that I have. And if it gets into a situation where I need to get a phone, I will while I'm gone. But at the right now, Okay. BWNull52 at Gmail. Now, you know, I did a video earlier about this little air conditioning thing. It's blowing air, but it's not even hardly cool at all. I don't know if I'm going to keep this or not. I got to decide before I go, I guess. You did, Michelle? When? Just recently? Okay, will do. And then that way I'll have it. But my sister's phone, just to give you a heads up, will be an 813, which is okay. Thank you, Michelle. Which is a Tampa uh, area code down there. So, but anyway, all right, y'all. I got I got some packing I need to do and some last minute little things around here. I rigged up a hanging feeder for the cats so the ants won't get in it. And I got to go out and do a little bit of work on that and a couple other things. You know, I want to shut off before, you know, I'll be gone 2 weeks. But my friend Rob said he'd come in and check on the cats. I said, look, if you'll come every other day, he lives about 5 miles down the road. But I said, if you could stop in every other day and make sure the cats got some food and, you know, and just not that I really think anything's going to happen, but, you know, just check on the place. God knows nothing's locked. So, you know, if some, never mind, I ain't going to say it. But anyway, I'm trusting the world. But as far as the adventure goes, I'm absolutely looking at this as a grand adventure and something that I caught myself saying earlier this evening, and I just want to pass this along to you. This might be the last time I get to go. This might be the last time I get. I might never not. Yeah, okay. I need to change that to I don't know when I'll be back again. I know that's a slight variation on the theme, but one's more fatalistic than the other. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, well, you know, I might not ever get back up here again. I said that the last time I was in Ohio, and here I am with my sister going up. So, well, okay. Well, what's to say I won't go again? Well, if I'm too fatalistic about, well, I might not get up here again, I might not. But I would rather think and change the words to, I don't know when I'll get back up here. It might take me 2 lifetimes, but you know what I mean? I might have to get reincarnated 2 or 3 times before I get back. But to the point, though, it doesn't set a limit. You know what I mean? So I caught myself doing it earlier today, and I was like, I got to quit saying that. I don't know when I'm going to get back up here, but you know, it's good to be here. You know what I mean? So I may not ever get to go again. That's a sort of a negative thought process. Now, the truth is, I may not, but that doesn't mean I have to say it all the time, you know, nor do I need to look at this adventure as this is the last time I get to do this. No, if anything, it gives me impetus to want to get back up there again, you know, and to where my niece lives. And we got along when she was a teenager, and you know, I don't know if there's any grief between us, but I'm sure we could probably patch it up. But to be able to go up there and park my truck and take my dog and put my hammock up for a day or two and go visit him in the mountains. Oh, hell yeah. Because I got to go right through the Smoky Mountains to get there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hell yeah. Just the trip would be fun, you know? And to not have to worry about a motel, hotel, or whether they take dogs or not, or whether or not you've been vaccinated. I don't give it, you know. But just to be able to get back up there. Now, I could go camping on my own, but to the point of getting older, it would be nice to go visit with my niece, and it would be nice to, you know, uh, not necessarily that I have to have people, but to be able to go visit family, you know, and hang out with them. And, you know, y'all live up here. Show me something cool. You know what I mean? Take me on a ride out, you know, in your outback, you know. Take me on a dirt road ride in your neighborhood. You know, that's where the adventure is. At least for me, it's old hat to them. But, you know, for me, seeing it for the first time, I can if they don't know how special it is, I'll remind them, you know what I mean? But anyway, so versus, oh, well, I may not ever get to do this again. Well, I did say that about getting to Seattle and to California and, Lake Mead and all that kind of stuff, because that's a long way away. But I've been through the Smokies and up through there so many times. I look at this and go, I used to be able to do this on my own. Or, we'd go do puppet shows or go visiting or go camping or go gold panning or mining and go to the ruby mine outside of Franklin. I mean, all these things, right? And so, but if my, hey, AD, I got to fix my vehicle because the Jeep fell through. So, and I want to be able to travel even to the local rivers. So I got to do something about that. So my friend Rob, when he came by the other day, and I said, look, I said, since the Jeep fell through, I said, as my local neighbor and stuff, I said, I may need your help. And he goes, man, no problem, and he's got an uncle that has a car lot. So, and I said, well, if he comes across something that, that it's a good deal and, and is indeed, I don't care if it's banged up as long as it's mechanically good, the outside could have a fender wobble. I'd take that up or fix it or something, nail a piece of tin across it. I got a pop rivet gun and some screws. Yeah, but anyway, but to the point though, I don't really care what it looks like as long as it will run. And for me to be able to pull my kayaks around and everything like that. So, okay. Tracy B, are you talking to somebody else about a feather hat? Nothing missing, nothing broken. But anyway, so too many things recently with my learning of my friend's death and so forth, and the things that have happened, like a year ago with Brian Barnett and my friend Serge, and there was somebody else that passed away too there. I think it was a classmate from Tampa Catholic or something. But anyway, there's some folks that have passed, and friends of friends and some other people, some friends of mine that were my friend Marcia stayed. There were 3 people that died in that neighborhood up there. They were old. I mean, they were in the late 70s, early 80s, and senile, and and had nothing to do with the COVID. And it came in just about the time COVID thingy hit. But they were on their way out anyway. But there are 3 or 4 people that died right in there, a family member here and a distant cousin, and then it kind of bounced downhill. And then Marcia passed away on February the 3rd. And anyway, so and they were all younger than me. So it just set something in my brain moving a little bit. Oh, my gray feather. Oh, yeah. It's sitting right here. Oh, it's going with me. Yeah. It's going with me. And I'm not depressed about it, Michelle. Now, I got to tell you, I broke down and bawled my eyes out the other day. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and I said, I realized that I lost my backup. For so many years, we have been each other's backup. I mean, I knew Marcia before she had her son, because my son was really young, and they're about 2 years difference or something. But anyway, so we have known each other since the 70s, and I mean like 74 or 5, and have been through arguments and stuff, and just you name it. Mad at each other. She was mad at me for that. I found out later on. I was like, why were you mad at me about that for? Well, you pissed me off. I said, so for 2 years, you didn't say anything? It was a misunderstanding. What? That's not what I meant. You got mad at me so fast, you wouldn't listen to my explanation. I told you right then, I said, you misunderstood what I said. Calm down. Let me repeat this. And so that you will not get pissed off when I say it, and it still pissed him off. But anyway, heron, that's unusual. Not down here, it isn't, D-Ocean. Not down here in the swamps. We got a lot of blue heron and the white egret kind of things. Some folks call them tick birds, but those are real common down here. Got the yellow beak, not necessarily a long beak, but they're still long-legged critters. But I bawled my eyes out because I said, we've been each other's backup. So at middle of the night, you know, I've talked about the trip. She called me at 1 a.m. and said, let's go to the ocean. I said, okay. We drove down to Panacea and back. But in a way, I felt very fatalistic at the moment. I mean, for the whole day, it was like trying to get at me. And I shook it off. But for a couple hours, I was just, and I realized that I had not allowed myself to have a good cry. But why, was I crying because I missed her? Well, sort of, yeah. Well, I'm glad that she's not suffering like she was with her weight and her heart and her blood pressure and all this other stuff, and her chronic back issues and her hips and her knees, and I mean, and neck, pinched nerves like me, similar operations. So in that way, I'm like, she's not suffering like that anymore. That's, in the grand scheme of things, that's a good thing. So then why am I crying? Why am I not really necessarily depressed, but where is the loss? And it dawned on me, we have been each other's backup. I was there when she went in the hospital, not this last time because I couldn't get down there. But there are many times when she had an operation on her neck, when she had this other surgery done. I took her to the hospital down in Valdosta and visited her and then picked her up afterwards. And I mean, and when I was in the hospital down in Thomasville, she was there to take care of me. So I realized that I lost my backup when no family, no friends. I mean, my son lives 25 miles up the road, and he won't even accept my my call. So, but to the point though, all my other friends and so forth, that we sort of backed each other up. I was like, I don't have any backup. Who's my backup now? Oh, holy shit. I mean, we could depend on each other until this last illness, sickness thing. But if she hadn't broken her arm and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I realized that we all need a backup. So having depended on Marcia for so long, now I have done a lot of stuff on my own, don't get me wrong, but there are those instances sometimes when you can call somebody no matter what time of the day or night it is. And she could call me at 3 a.m. and look, I'm having a panic attack. Okay, let's talk, And so there's very few people that you can kind of have that with. So, but what I realize is that, she's gone from this world, but not forgotten kind of thing in the grand scheme of the universe. So, but on a physical note, so when my friend Rob came by the other day, I said, listen, I want to tell you something. I was telling him about Marcia because I hadn't seen him since I found out she had passed. And he said, well, Dave, that's, I'm sorry about that. And I said, and I told him the same thing because during that day was when I was having this realization. I said, I don't have a backup anymore. And he goes, well, I live just down the road. And I said, I know we've known each other for a couple of years, but I've known her longer than you are old. And I said, I mean, no disrespect, but I said, he's in his late 30s. So it's like mid 30s, late. Anyway, I don't want to be nosy and ask how old he is, but But anyway, so this idea that, I've known her longer than he is old. He was like, yeah, well, I think I understand. And I know he does. So, but he was like, look, he said, I'll be around. I am just down the road. And they just finalized uh, back a few months ago, right after Thanksgiving, when I had Thanksgiving dinner with him, sat down, and it was his grandmother, and she was a feisty little old thing. 3 weeks later, she was dead. Well, the trailer and everything that they lived on, and the piece of property over there, there's a couple of barns and things and stuff over there, not far from here, and it was supposedly hers. And because the kids had been taking care of her, that they built onto the trailer and everything, and and took care of her right till the end there. And then the rest of the family moved in and said, "Oh no, Grandma did." Yeah, it was their mama, and they were like, "Mama didn't give you this place," and blah 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 blah. So, but anyway, so they wouldn't have to move out. They worked out a deal through the others, her sons and daughters or whatever, so they could buy the place and it be theirs. And so he's going to be there. He ain't going anywhere, So 5 miles down the road is closer than where Marcia lived, 10 miles up the road. And he comes by and wants to go kayaking with me because he said, well, you got to stay active. And I said, so when I get back, we're going to go kayaking, right? And he goes, yeah, damn straight. So, and he was telling me a new place that he and a friend went, Spring Creek, towards Alabama. And it's one of the longest creeks in the United States. It's shallow, but it's clear. And oh my God. And he was like, man, you can find arrowheads and all kinds of stuff on the bottom of this. And so technically you're not supposed to pick them up, but if you're out in the middle of nowhere between two bridges, so there are springs along the way. And he was like, when you get back, we're going to go down Spring Creek. And I'm like, yeah, been wanting to do that. So, and he's got another friend, and we're all going to get together and go. So yay, summertime and kayaking. When you were a kid, it's usually parents of siblings, but the older you get, the fewer dependable people you have. Yeah. And I'm not speaking bad about my daughter, but she's 49 years old and is in worse shape than I am. And her breathing and her this and her that and her back and so forth. Okay, I'm not saying that she don't have issues, but at her age, I was still working with back problems and mental issues, and had 3 operations on my neck, none of which she's had. Not to say I'm not. I'm just saying, but I have real reasons that I have back issues and neck issues. I got a scar right there and 3 operations to prove it. Where other people have spine issues, don't get me wrong, but ain't been through near this stuff that some of us other folks have. And I still made it through because I refused to give up. And in a lot of ways, she's given up. And so she doesn't have a job. She's not working. She's living with a guy. They're happy. Everything's good. And everything's copacetic. But he's a lot older than she is. And if something happens to him, what's she going to do? She's dependent upon him. So it's like, now what? So I don't think some of these people are looking far enough ahead. I found out my granddaughter's like 200 pounds. And she was a stripper in a bar and taking pictures of herself. And now, thin and pretty she was. And now, her teeth are falling out, and she's not even 30 years old, and she's convicted felon and time, and now 200 pounds. And oh my God, boy, howdy, how things can change, and people's perspective, even about themselves. So I'm not speaking ill of my family. I'm just saying that, what was ain't now, So people, and even for myself, so having lost my friend Marcia, I will continue to do things in her honor. I'll think about the last time we went to Ohio, because we'll be going down some of the same roads that we traveled when we rode. She took us up there uh, for my daughter's sake, for her mother's sake. And but anyway, but to the main point about this, they never leave us. So in my one day of like, wow, look what fate has bestowed upon me, in a way, in that a person that we never had any kind of sexual relations or anything. We were just really good friends. And we could disagree about shit, you know. And the older we got, it was fun to disagree just for the hell of it sometimes, even though sometimes I agreed with her. But just to keep things, you know, that it piss her off. But anyway, but the idea though that, so in this brief moment, I was feeling very fatalistic. Then my friend shows up and says, well, we got our house settled. And you know, you can call me if something really happens, Dave, where I'm just down the road. And if you got to call me in the middle of the night, if it's something, you call me. And I was like, okay. So one moment, there is this, now what am I going to do? And so then my friend shows up, and so he had he's a cabinet maker, does excellent work. And so he got out of the cabinet making business to go work for a place as a manufacturer, drilling and welding and making stuff. Because he thought that you know, working 9 to 5 and having a pension, or, you know, having the stability of that. Well, after working there and doing well, and the pay was good, he built some cabinets on the side for his boss. And his boss looked at him and said, after he put in these cabinets for him in their home, and said, why are you working for us? And instead he looked at him and went, you know, that's a good question. And he doesn't work for him anymore. So he's back on his own doing cabinet work and things and carpentry work and stuff. So he told me the other day, he said, you know, because I told him, I said, look, none of my family will move here. None of my family, you know, would come visit. And he's been more family over the last few years. And he likes it here because he lives in the neighborhood, you know. And I said, so when I get back, because I don't want to leave things unfinished, I'm going to add his name to the title of my property, which is free to do, or a small fee. We just go to the county. But now that he's free, I said, we're going to go up there. And he goes, well, what do you mean? I said, if your name's on the title when I die, then you're the sole heir. I don't need any kind of will or anything. And I trust you enough that you don't have to keep everything in my house, but you would get rid of it politely, give it to somebody, donate it. You would do something with it without just dumping it in the garbage can unless it needed it. You would respect it. And I said, and nothing has to be signed or nothing. If you're on the title of this property and I go, I said, the only thing I want out of this deal is, if you can, plant me up at the top of the hill on my own property by the road. Be a little noisy, but either that or I'm going to go across the river at New Bethel Church. It's a Baptist church, but you know, the folks over there are nice. And it's right across the river. So if I pick a place on the side of the hill and buy a cemetery plot in their cemetery, I'm sure we could make an arrangement, even though I'm not a part of the church. So even if I have to go to church once a month just to have a place to get buried over, okay, I'll do that. It seems like a small price to pay in the long run, right? So, but with that in mind, you know, I'd be right across the river from where I've lived all these years. And where else would I be buried? I don't want to be cremated. I mean, unless you did the funeral pyre out in the woods somewhere, but, you know, they don't allow that. So, but anyway, I have to think about these things without being remorseful. Yes, it is hard not to become a felon. I don't really have to want when you're kids is yeah. Yeah, but the fact that he has decided and has purchased that place and it's his and his family's and they're not going anywhere. So he's not moving out of the neighborhood. You know what I mean? So I've got another guy that's lives like on the same road, and their property almost joins. But he's less dependable. But if I called him up and really needed something, and he was at home, Ed and I have been friends for a long time too, and he's very much of a hermit, really bad. But that if I really needed his help, he'd try or call somebody or do something. If I begged him and said, Ed, I really need help. Okay, unless he was in the middle of something important himself. But to the point though, but the list is getting shorter and shorter. But now that he's half my age, and that after careful consideration of who do I leave this property to, Rob told me, he goes, look, if your grandson come down here wanted to visit or stay or something, he said, I wouldn't. And I said, I know. That's why I would trust you with this place. But they haven't come to visit me, and he's in his late 20s. I don't think he's going to show up anytime soon, but that's okay. It's all right. My daughter has the chance to come up here. She lives closer than ever to me than she ever has, and it's too far for them to come. So I'm like, you just don't like to come up here, and that's okay. I get it. You like it where you live. I know, people are comfortable in their own place. So why should I consider giving this place over to someone who doesn't like it here? It's 320, 420 somewhere. Okay. So I'm out of here now. But anyway, so a lot of things that I've been considering, but to the point though, there are some things, and I've considered also, I realized that what do I want out of this? What do I see that my friend and some other things, and here it is. Well, Marcia didn't plan to die, and I don't think my friend Serge did either. He got cancer, and a couple of weeks later he was dead. So, but I'm not trying to be fatalistic, but I can think ahead in this respect. I told Rob the other day, and I said, listen to me, my brother. I said, I just don't want to leave a mess. I said, it doesn't have to be finished, meaning the house or whatever. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I don't want to leave a mess. And what I mean by a mess is, he used to work for a funeral as a funeral directors kind of thing, and sold cemetery property back when I lived in Tampa. And a long time ago, I learned the value of taking care of stuff ahead of time. And I've been through this right to die thing, and like unless the laws change, you do not have to be embalmed. I don't want all them crappy chemicals in me. I just want to go down. All I want to do is, and when I'm dying, dead and gone, I'll be one child more in this world to carry on, to carry on. You know what song I'm talking about? Anyway, give me my freedom for as long as I'm be. All I ask of living is to have no chains on me. All I ask for is to have no chains on me. I'm trying to remember who sang that song, but anyway. All I ask of dying is to go naturally. Yeah, everybody want to go naturally. Yeah. Here I go. Blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, BS&T. There you go. Thank you, D Ocean. And when I die, and when I'm dead, dead and gone, there'll be one child born in this world to carry on, to carry on. Da-dum, boom, dum, 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 dum. Anyway, song in my head. But I was like, but when I get back from Ohio, there are some things that I can do. Yeah, you know these things. I know you do, and Michelle's good at it too. Many of you are. It's like name that tune, or and I can't remember the song, but I can sure hear the music in my head. Them old DJ days of playing rock and roll on 45s. Before all the big tape stuff and CD stuff came out. I'm an old time DJ, but Intuitive Empath, Miss Amber Dawn. Hi there. And I'm fixing to say adios. I'm out of something to drink. I have to when I stand up, I'm going to have to pee. But I have packing and things to do. So I would love to hang out with you some more, but I'm looking over here at the little digital thing, and it's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. Maverick, y'all show up after all these hours, and I'm just getting ready to go back down. I'm not scared of dying, and I don't really care if it's peace you want. I find I'm dying. Oh, that's the yeah. And then let the time be near. Yeah. You're in Ohio? Where at? We're going to be in Dayton and here and there. And I can at least wave at you when we go by. Did you already say where in Ohio, D? And I know I said something about Chillicothe. Kent. Yeah. You're up that way more. Yeah, we ain't going that far. But the interesting thing, I was looking at the map last night, early this morning, whatever it was, and when I saw Serpent Mound, I was like, holy crap, we're going to be 40 miles from this road to that road to Serpent Mound, and I'm just going to drive right by? Oh, hell no. It's like it's not even out of the way. It's just a different road, So also, while I'm in Ohio and standing outside with my friend the other night, looking at the stars, I was showing him Sirius and the Dog Star and Scorpius. And Maverick, are you asking me weirdest state in the nation? Which one? Oh, Ohio. I've been, have driven through and yeah. But the other day I was like, I wonder where Kent is, because I was looking at Dayton, and I saw Dayton University, the Wright University, and everything there in Dayton. I was like, and something Kent. And I was like, I wonder where Kent State is, and from here kind of thing. And then I immediately went, Tin soldiers and Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. Tin soldiers and anyway, yeah, I had a mind whap. This summer I hear the drumming for dead in Ohio. Gotta get down to it. Soldiers are cutting us down. Should have been done long ago. What if you knew her and found her dead on the ground, what would you do when you know 10 soldiers and Nixon's coming? We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming, 4 dead in Ohio. Yep. Gotta get down to it. Soldiers are cutting us down. Yep. Okay. So, my friends, yeah, I'm going to Ohio. Neil Young is a sink today. Oh, that must have been cool. I've seen Crosby, Stills, and Nash. They performed in Tallahassee, the Tallahassee Civic Center. Pooey. And they really kicked butt. I mean, and got to sit not too far from the stage. We was up on the second tier, but man, I mean, I being down closer, I don't think I could have seen any better. We had beautiful seats, and the acoustics are really good there. And it was those one of the bands that I'm glad I got a chance to to participate with, kind of thing. I remember I was hoarse today, couldn't talk for 2 days. And Stephen Stills does a song called Treetop Flyer. And so, me and a friend of mine were sitting there, and my friend Marcia by the way, was with us as I think about it. And I went hoarse. Treetop Flyer, sing Treetop Flyer. Sasquatch and Dogman. We have a mound right over in Towns Woods, and hardly anyone knows it. Yep. There's a couple of places that I was looking at the map when I was kind of on the Google thing, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of stuff there in the southern part of the state, it's not all, concrete jungle and stuff. I'm like, there's this park and this area and this spot, and then there's Serpent Mound down there. And I went, holy crap, I'm going to drive right by it. Yeah, we're going to stop. I swear, if I got to pay my sister $200 to go, Lynn, my sister, here's $200. We're going. What? She don't know it, but I'm going to pay for a lot of her trip. But that's okay. She's going to go back, and I'm going to go. I got this. Because if I could drive and I had a vehicle, I might have gone. If she hadn't, I mean, I could see making the trip, right? But she's got the vehicle, and whatever it costs to go up there and down, I'd have paid if I'd have rented a vehicle, I live in a wetland near a bog 20 minutes from Amish country. I bet that's interesting. Especially in Ohio. I've been to Old Man's Cave, Tar Hollow State Park, and some other places up there. And I want to go back and just go visit, just to hang out. And now that I'm retired and I can, like, why not? I don't take much. I need a vehicle that runs and won't break down on me. But yeah, down here, see, I'm used to southern swamps and wetlands, but when I go north and I think wetland, I go, but you're north. How's there a wet? I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong, but the wetlands down here, different kind of birds, different kind of situations, different climate, obviously, but it'd be interesting. Serpent Mound is an hour and 20 minutes from me. Really? But Route 73 is Dukes of Hazzard kind of road, very hilly and curvy. Right. That's why I know that I want to talk my sister into going down there. Now, I've driven through there. um, um, is it 73? Well, anyway, all those roads through there are curvy and wavy. Um, is 73 the one that goes right beside Serpent Mound? I had my map open to it earlier. I was going to come down another way and then go back up 73. But anyway, my ex put my car in one of those cornfields, one of those. Yep. That's the same thing like out in Arkansas. People, you look at the distance between two places and you don't realize you got to wind yourself up this hill and then wind yourself down the hill. It might only be 20 miles, but you're going to drive 30 getting there, or 35 miles. And you're not going to, you're only on some of those curves and stuff, you're only going to be going 35 miles an hour. Well, but you say, well, it's only 20 miles away. Yeah, by the crow flies. But you drive that 20 miles, it's going to take you half an hour more, and without killing yourself, So, yeah, I've been through a lot of those, that hill country, not just in Ohio, but yeah, up in North Georgia and places like that. And the many times I've been to Arkansas and through there and all. We've got some curvy roads around here, but not like what's up north and where I've been before. So, but anyway, some of those roads beat the roller coaster. Yes, they do. There's one road that between sort of my house and K Road, Georgia, where the syrup makers live. The road is called 188. And there are some curves and twists and some not big hills, but some hills and some diving curves. And me and my sports car, oh, holy shit. Get on that road. And I mean, some of the curves are like, they say 45. And if you're in a normal vehicle, 45 is too fast. You're going to go around like this. And I was doing them at 60. But my little Toyota with these big wide wheels that I swear when I get back, I'm going to put it back on the road. Because if nothing else, I've got another vehicle. And my trailer is so light, I might actually be able to put a hitch on the back of my little Toyota. It's got enough power to pull something. But, I might not want to do it on a long term. But it's a hatchback. It opens up. You can put a bunch of stuff in the back. The seat lets down. And I took it to Arkansas before it developed its issue. And got 32 miles a gallon, driving 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, and faster at times. Man, it's, boy, howdy. But anyway, so I need to get my car back up and running. Whatever it costs, I need to put it back because I need another vehicle, and not just my truck, but with as light as my trailer is, I mean, I can pull it around the yard with stuff in it. So unless I decide to go up in the mountains and try to pull this trailer, that would be an issue, and I might not try it. But on, regular country kind of stuff, easy. Like if I wanted to go to Florida, yeah, put it behind my little Toyota and pull the trailer down there. I'd do it. So, but anyway, I got plans since other things have fallen through. My friend Marcia, she had her Kia. I had purchased and installed a trailer hitch on her Kia, and then she fell and broke her arm, and we never got to go on the trip that we planned. So, and I don't know where her car is, but there's a perfectly good trailer hitch on that. I paid like $200 and something for it and installed it myself. I don't regret it, but nobody told me, I don't know if I could have taken over the payments on the Kia, but I would have tried. It might have been something that I could have kept. It was already used, or you know what I mean? So anyway, but since all of these other things and my backup person has passed on, I went through my fatalistic period, but I'm rejuvenated in another way, in that somebody was telling me, well, you know, you need to keep exercising. Okay. I spent 4 hours on the river paddling. How many people my age can go with me and paddle for 4 hours on the river the way we did? I don't mean just coasting and going down. I'm talking paddle, you know. Uh, I'm not bragging or nothing. I know there are older people who do stuff. The guy I bought my canoe from at 68 or 9, or I think he said it was his 70th birthday. He was down in Florida, and I said, "So, where you been in this canoe?" And he goes, "Well," he said, "when I was 70 years old, I paddled it to Cuba." And I said, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He said, "For my 70th birthday or something like that," he said, "I was in Key West," and he said, "I paddled it to Cuba and back." And I said, "You're not joking, are you?" He goes, "No, I paddled it to Cuba and back." And I was like, "Son of a bitch, I want this kayak, you know." So I'm sorry, canoe. Um, but so uh, I haven't been those kind of places with my canoe yet. But I ain't dead yet, you know. So I think about the canoe and I think about the guy that owned it and the things that he did with it. And I'm like, I'm not even as old as he was when he, uh, I mean, why would he lie about something like that, you know? But anyway, but so the idea though that you can be old and still do stuff, it's whether or not you decide to do it. My daughter is 49 years old and can't keep up with me. My her mama is, you know, 4 or 5 years younger than me. She got heart problems, can't breathe, you know, doesn't drive herself. I mean, she's pretty much dependent on somebody else all the time. And I bitch about my condition. Oh, hell no. You know, well, I didn't get done today what I wanted to do. Yeah, okay. Well, tomorrow's another day, you know. Hey, Delaney, I found a 2010 Chevy Tahoe with for 15,000. Then I put another two in it, tune up and touch ups. Fun road to take. We had to pay attention to the road. Oh, you will get air in a few spots. I ain't driving that fast, Dave, but I got you. But anyway, so you know, I had my depressed moment and I had my boohoo, and I think I'm done with the boohoo part because there are several things like, you know, we didn't get to do a couple of things, but I'm going to do it in her honor. So when I go through the mountains and take pictures, I'm going to remember the trip we made and the pictures I take, even though she's passed. These pictures are for you. Yeah, I'm nodding off too. I'm sitting here and while I'm talking to you, it's been 4 hours and 22 minutes. So I don't have anything in my bowl. So that's another issue. So, my friends, I love you all. And if I have any time tomorrow, I will get on and just say hi bitey. But then it's probably, we're going to be in Atlanta for a couple of days. I do not know if uh, my niece Jennifer, my sister daughter, has Wi-Fi in the house or not. If they do, I could do something from there. Uh, but then we're going to Tennessee to another friend's house. I don't know if they have Wi-Fi, and so I won't know about that. But when we get to Dayton, we will be staying in a hotel motel for a couple of nights, and I will have Wi-Fi. So I'll get with y'all. You all be safe in whatever you're doing. Uh, hey, Richard. God, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm just sitting here chatting, but I'm gonna take some pictures, and if I can't upload them onto YouTube, I will at least put them on Facebook. And a lot of you all know what my Facebook is already, so we can share that. So if I can't share them on here, I can put them on Facebook and then talk about them here. But anyway, so thank you, Richard, and God bless you too. Uh, I have this feeling, and I've had several trips before. When I went down to Tampa a couple of years ago and picked up Deb and came back up here and all that stuff, I went just, you know, with a wing and a prayer and said, we're going. And there were so many different things where the angels showed up. I mean, cops pulled us over. I'm pulling this trailer back up here with my old truck, right, loaded with all her stuff. And I'm still dealing with some of that stuff. I'm just saying, but the idea, though, that when we got pulled over by the cop, it was in front of a Harley Davidson shop. There, somewhere around Inverness area on Highway 19. So I looked over there at the window, and Harley Davidson wings, angel wings kind of thing. And it was like, so there were several things along the way that there were angel signs. And so I kind of feel like this time, not that anything can't happen, don't get me wrong, but I think if we just are just being, doodly doodly do, everything's going to be all right. That I think the angels want me to have this trip, both of us. We've never met a brother. She's never met our youngest sister. So my friend said the other day, there's going to be a lot of closure. I said, there wasn't even an opening, let alone closure, but it will kind of bring things like, well, at least we've met each other, at least if you want to say, well, the circle, is complete or something. I don't know. I'm going to be hopeful that it will complete a circle one way or the other. But I'm not expecting anything other than that. But anyway, and to just have a good time, and maybe just be silly enough to where these people to go, that Dave, he's one crazy son of a bitch. I know. I love you all. Gotta go. Until next time, I continue to pray, and I do every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, 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 many blessings from the universe. I continue to pray each and every day when I put my feet on the ground, and I'll do it while I'm gone too, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in between, the number 3, which always gives me lots of pleasure, is that life is a journey. And it can be a crappy journey or it can be an adventure. And sometimes along the adventure, you hit a muddy road, or it'll rain when you don't want it to, or it'll be too damn hot and you'll wish you had a fan, or too damn cold and you can't get warm. But it's still an adventure. And if it becomes too mundane, then it's time to shake things up. And I think for me, this journey is that it's not that I need things shook up, but I need a journey, So, but anyway, in the number 3, I'm always continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to learn how to reject the crazy things that get in your way. David Castle, I'll get in touch with you. Thank you, Richard. God bless you. Maverick, great to see you off enjoying the trip. Yeah. Thank you, Maverick. I hope to have a safe time. We're going to go off with good intentions, with what we need. So until next time, my friends, I will see you later. It's TTFN from South Georgia. Topper down, friends. We'll see you along the journey. Be safe, and remember, cheers, everybody, and go on an adventure yourself, for God's sakes. Thank you, Richard. Blessings.